Okay, I think I got it. Hold on. All right, now if you can see me, you can see me. All right, there we go. All right, let's get it on. Lotus just popped in. All right, let's do this. It's a heat wave here in New York City, y'all. My hair is a mess. I got it tucked in. It's all a mess. I washed it the other day. All right, the Lobe Mob is in the building. See, I guess I got to go back and forth with YouTube. It's raining. I wish it would rain. Well, it's supposed to rain tonight. Yeah, come on, stream, y'all. Let's do it up. Let's see how we can get this cracking. All right, you know I messed up. Lobe, Mob, Lob, Mob. All right. Pink, come through. Let me see. Oh, I gotta drop the link. Hold on, y'all. Oh Lord, y'all with this social media. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta get this link up. Hold on. Let me do the linky thinky. Hold on now. So, okay. Wait, Pink, I'm coming through. You know me. Jesus Christ. You know, y'all, you know my thing was messed up, right? Not this, you know, how to do this. Hold on. See, now I'm not gonna be able to do this shit. Testing my gangster. All right, hold on. You know, I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I know I can't get this whole social media, this StreamYard, but let me see. Pink, hit me up. Because for some reason, I'm not able to drop the link. That's what I'm trying to do, Pink. I mean, Lotus. But my buttons are old. I don't have the click thingy. So hold on. Where's Yellow Jesus? Yellow Jesus, I need your help. Hold on, y'all. I don't think yeah, that's what I did, Lotus. That's what I did. It just took me out of here. So I don't even think I could do it now because I just messed up my the link. Nope, that's not working. Yeah, Control V, that's what I did. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. Maybe. All right, there we go, Pink. Lotus got it. Let's see if this works. See if that works. All right, Pink is in the building. Let's do it.
You did it.
Now, Pink, how do we get you to... Okay, hold on, baby. There we go. Hold on. All right. All right, Pink. So the floor is yours. Wait. Okay. Go ahead, babe.
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Go ahead. Floor is yours. Take it away.
So I was going to suggest that you get the statement and then we walk through it very slowly and try and understand, try and decode what she's saying.
Okay.
Because what it sounds like, she had several different thoughts in her head because she said what she wanted to say, but then she also wanted to be politically correct, and it was too much.
That's right. That's right. All right. So let's digest the first. So if anybody's tuning in, I know we're kind of like whatever all over the place, but hold on. We're reading Carrie Hilson. I got Pink Sugar in the building. We're going to dissect this woman to woman, woman to woman. All right. She on her t-shirt, she says, I don't know if y'all can see this. She says copyright disclosure, copyright 1976, right? Fair use, fair use, fair use. She's put this on social media. She says, I want who God wants for me, but am I wrong for hoping my soulmate is a black man, ? He don't even have to be American. I've dated 3 non-black American men, but I want to love a black man or a man of color. And if he's neither, he'd have to have a deep understanding and genuine support for my blackness. Anybody feel me? ? So let's go back to the whole, I want who God wants for me. And how does that reflect with women when we go through bad relationships or said bad relationship?
I'm over that whole thing, so I'm the wrong one for that comment.
That's right, Pink.
I've learned who I need to have around me, and that's what I'm going for. Never mind who God wants. That's bullshit as far as I'm concerned. I've been saying that all my life. That shit didn't work. So I need to figure out what I need and focus on that. So again, that's another thing that she's putting out there because she thinks that's what she's supposed to say.
That I agree with. Now, all right, let's peel that back for a second and get a little political. Do you feel that this is politically correct to say all that while disclosing? Because it's like you're talking political and then you're looking for a man. What's going on? She says, hold on, I'm going to go back to it. She says in her second, because she put out 3 tweets, and she says, if he's not a non-black American, he could be a man of color. But if he's neither, I want him to have a deep understanding and genuine support of my pro-blackness.
Okay. So which part bothers you?
A little of both of it, because I'm confused. Because let me say why I'm confused, because it sounds like it's a Tinder. You're looking for a date or something, like you're putting your profile out there on. I've been on those sites.
Yeah. Well, yeah. She's like, in other words, she's saying, I'm open to everything, but I really want a black guy.
Right. And then she's saying, well, but he's got to be genuinely understandable of my pro-blackness.
Yeah, because I do know of some relationships that are, black and white, but the black person is pro-black. And that white person has to understand on some level, how they feel. And shut the fuck up when I'm going pro-black, because you don't know what I'm talking about. So just go over there and sit down until I'm done, is basically what she's saying.
Okay. So that's where I understand it, and I understand what you're saying. I get that.
No.
So do we not know this when we're getting into dating, that somebody's not, especially we're not her. We don't know what's going on. She says she's been with 3 non-black American men. So
no, I understood her to say she's been with black men who are not from here. They're from a different country.
Okay. Okay.
All she said was non-American. She didn't say that they weren't black. She just said non-American. So I mean,
but this is
from anywhere.
it's contradiction because then she says, well, she wants God. Basically, she wants God to bring her this man, right? Then she says, am I wrong for hoping my soulmate to be a black man?
What's wrong with that? I mean, because people who want to believe that there's a God want to act like, oh, I'm just going to wait for him to send me somebody. But at the same time, I'm going to go in my prayer closet and beg for a specific type person. That's basically what she's saying.
Right. Right. So yes, you're right to say, you said you agree with her in both ways. And I do as well. Because you said,
no, I don't agree.
Hold on. Okay. But then I take those words back because I'm putting words into your mouth. What it sounds like she's saying is, okay, so secretly, bottom line is she wants a quote unquote black American man, right? She wants that nice D. She wants the staff, right? She wants
not all black men have that. Woo!
No, they don't. But I mean, I gotta speak for myself, then I should. Okay, so that's what she's saying. Her girlfriend was like, girl, and she probably did back in the days and knew what that felt like. And she was like, yeah, damn, I'm missing out on that.
Has she been, but she hasn't been dating others, has she?
She's been quiet. I think she has a child, right? And she put out this whole, she's been with dated three non-black men, quote unquote.
No, she said non-American.
Non-American. That's right, Pink. Let me slow down. Let me slow down. Hold on. Let me slow all the way back. Read this because Carrie is like, I gotta take my glasses off. Carrie's and I'm sweating. It's a damn heat wave up here in New York. She says,
and what's her background anyway?
I think she's mixed too. I'm not sure if who's black on her side, if it's mom or dad, but she might have that Hawaiian silky weave in her hair. So I don't know what her hair real texture is, but she's got the nice little hazel eyes. She's a little nutmeg. She's beautiful.
She's always had that half and half look, but I don't know if she is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either. So I'm not taking her look away from her. I'm taking what she's saying away from her because it's making me like, huh, Carrie? Maybe I need to read. Maybe I'm reading too much into it.
Yes.
I have a problem with that because I'm very politically astute when it comes. So if she's saying pro-blackness, this little light white bright is all the way pro-blackness. If that's a thing.
Yes.
So I also know that she's industry, and I also know that the industry uses as a weapon against the so-called quote unquote black person.
But reread it.
So she says, all right, she's waiting for God in the promised land to bring her soulmate, preferably a black man. Dear God, and make him black for me. Oh my God. I'm gonna bring the white girl out. And I'm not, but that's what it is. She's like, oh my God, please God, bring this black man to me, right? All right. So then she says he doesn't even have to be American. All right, Pink. See, I get distorted when she says he doesn't even have to be American. I've dated 3 non-American black men. Break that down, Pink. Break that down. Let's go. What the hell does she mean, Pink?
She's dated black men that are not from America.
Okay. All right. Because in my mind, I'm thinking she's talking about these Europeans that she's been running around, and she's like,
Reread it again. Reread it again.
Oh, reread it for the ones in the back.
For Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Right here.
Other Charlie's Angel. All right, Phoenix, please help me out because you are very analytical. Let's go. I'm going to skip the whole part that she's asking for God and a sign. He don't even have to be American. I've dated 3 non-American black men.
Oh, they were non-American black.
Black men.
Okay, she did say black. Sorry,
they were black men.
I've dated 3 non-American black men. Break that all down, ladies.
3 non-American black men.
Okay, all right. So he could be like Nigerian or West African. West African and Nigerian is the same place.
Any country.
Okay,
I mean,
right. He could be
they're black people
Arabian.
everywhere.
That's such a thing. That's racist. All right.
They can be in London. They can be wherever the fuck, but they're
Gotcha.
black.
Okay. All right. Okay. So she wants
She wants a black man, but they don't necessarily have to be from America. The problem is that those that are not from America don't really understand the shit we've gone through on this land. And that's what they need to be able to understand.
So it's safe to say, talk black to me.
Yes.
All right. So Lady says, Lady Fresh is in the building. Salute to her.
Hey, Lady Fresh.
She said, I date a lot of black men and she's a black girl. Oh, she's from Georgia. Okay. Please enlighten us, Lady Fresh, of what's going on then. Battery's not included in the building. I have no idea. All right. So wait, Lotus says, whoa, Lotus is dropping some bombs out here. She says if he's toxic she's toxic and vibing on toxicity. She's always drawn toxic individuals to her, whether they're white, black, yellow, blue, or purple. Okay. So
I don't know about that because that has been rumored that she's like that. Mm-hmm. And then I've seen the opposite, that it's just been rumors because people in the industry don't like her for certain reasons. But it's really bullshit.
I get that she's a little rebel in a sense because
I like her.
Yeah, I haven't seen her come out. She's not like a Ciara because she came out around Ciara era.
But she was in competition with Beyonce by mistake, and because of that, they've thrown all kind of dirt on her, and it wasn't necessary and it wasn't warranted.
Because there can only be one, and they can't have. That's an archetype there. That Beyonce, Carrie, and Ciara all kind of look the same, right? They're the kind of same archetype. Only one on top.
But one is a writer and very talented. But when you choose who's gonna be the one, it doesn't matter.
All right, so I'm doing a little digging on her because I really don't know her like that. I heard like 1 or 2 songs with her. I did confuse her with Ciara at the time.
I followed her. I followed documentaries on her, all kind of stuff.
Then okay, so she's December 5th, 1982. She's a baby. Yeah, she is from Decatur, Georgia. Okay,
and Pretty Girl Rock is my theme song.
Yeah, see, Pink. I don't really know her like that, but.
That song is the shit.
Is it like one of those? Never mind. I'm going. Calm down. It's hot. It's hot in the summer. I'm thinking of. It's Ciara again when she was gyrating with Future. What was that song that she did with Future? He's sitting in the chair.
Pretty Girl Rock is the shit.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to this. I'm gonna write it down. Pretty Girl Rock. I Pretty Girl Rock. All right.
Yes.
So am I reaching?
That's my get ready for the club song.
Really?
Yes.
Where have I been? And we're just like right around. We're across the river. Well, we were across the river from each other. How I missed out on that?
When you hear it, you have to know the song.
Probably.
You have to.
Okay. All right, Lady Fresh says Carrie Hilson was never one to be in the spotlight like that. Okay, she did write her music. Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Lady Fresh and Pink Sugar. That she was against the
spotlight. People weren't happy about it.
That's what I'm getting. Because she's always seen private. She's not like the Ciara or the Beyonce. She's always been that behind the scenes type person. So for her to post this, and I got it off of a guy's page. And like I said, he and I are on the same accord when it comes to certain things. But he's a guy and he's like, yo, I'm all about it. And I'm like, all right.
So he caught that comment the same way you did?
Huh?
He processed that comment the same way you did?
No, I was layering it down like, and he at the end of the sentence was just like, but I'd still go with it. I'm like, I know you would. All right. That's a man's response. So yes, me being a woman and being analytical and thinking about it, and then woman of color, as they say, Celie, Sealy, is that you, Sealy? You know, the color purple. Let's, you know, I know I get offended with some of these type of things that they throw at us because they use.
Say anything wrong. She says she dates black men. They just don't have to be from America, from the US.
Okay. All right. I needed this perspective because I was just kind of going along on this swim by myself. And I'm like, damn it. Of course, all the men are going to be like, yeah. And I'm like, ladies, like, help me. Because maybe I'm reaching. Maybe I'm thinking a little bit too deep into it. But I'm just like.
Yeah. That's why I was like, StreamYard.
I was like, what are you saying, Carrie? Because she's doing, this is what I'm talking about. I went to bartending school and there's 3 things you don't talk about. It's religion, politics, and sex. Now it's changed a little bit. But
we do, because I went to bartending school too, and I bartended, and we ended up talking about that anyway.
Of course, that's the small talk, and don't let it be a cute bartender. Then it's be like, oh, how you doing?
That's how I got my name.
Okay, I will leave it there. Okay. So you know that certain things are off topic, even though it still goes, it still goes through the sidelines. Certain things go on.
Yeah, I guess in her mind, she's, well, you know what, I could tell you, like, me being mixed, if I go pro Taino, pro Puerto Rico, my mother's looking at me like, what about me? So if she is mixed and she's having this whole pro-black conversation in the back of her mind, whichever parent that is, she probably hears them and they're like, what about me? So that's why she had to say, well, they don't necessarily have to be, but they still need to understand my culture, because culture is the key word.
Right. There you go. But we got to make it sound politically correct. But
her ass don't want nothing but black.
Huh?
But her ass don't want nothing but black. She was just trying to be nice.
Okay. Because all right. Because as you said, then we should put, pro Taino, I'm pro, Nigerian. I don't know why Nigerian. Somebody's calling me from Nigeria. I don't know. I'm getting that spiritual. Maybe because that's, that's soul connection.
Did you watch the BET Awards yesterday?
I did not. I don't watch any of that stuff. I don't watch TV. I usually just YouTube, and that's and Instagram is where I get some of this stuff. But a lot of people are, not a lot, but the people that I follow are talking about the whole the little boy. I thought
maybe you saw a clip, because there's a clip. And in the background, it says Nigeria. So I thought maybe that's still in your head. That's why I asked.
No way. Not at all. I just, Nigeria kept coming up. And I'm like, somebody in here is Nigerian, or some ancestors like, woo.
Hey, that's my second line on my DNA.
Well, then it's you, damn it. That's why I'm like, we're in Nigeria, of all places. I could have said, I don't even know.
Yeah, that's my second line.
Nigerian was just like that, whoop, and I see the flag in my head. So that's ancestor. And y'all know, before all this other talk that I do for everybody that doesn't know, I do cards. So I'm tapped in intuitively, that way spiritually. So I might be talking from another place and getting certain things that might not resonate with everybody. Fresh Breezy's in the building. Salute to you, sir. Thank you for coming through. We got another male in here for that perspective. We need that. But y'all know that's really where my plight is. But sometimes I get these little flashing warnings, not warnings, but these signals that kick off, and it's like, talk about this. And that's why I just brought it to our attention. Like, what are you saying, Carrie? All right, that's all. But
I mean, the elephant behind me doesn't help either. So,
No, I didn't even see that. But remember, I was talking Nigerian before we got on. Yeah. So it was you coming through. That DNA was coming through on my line. All right, NASA's in the building. So wait, Fresh, but I didn't even read what you're saying. All right, so he says Carrie's dating. who plays an NBA player. I don't think they're together anymore. Is he Nigerian? Fresh Breezy? Let us know. Serge Ibaka.
Oh yeah. Maybe he is from there.
In the chat, Fresh Breezy, somebody let us know. Confirm if this brother is from Nigeria or not. That's what I'm saying. Africa, and I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't follow these people like that. I don't know who he's from. The Congo. Okay, Uncle Frank, thank you.
Yeah. Congo is my first line.
Get out of here, Pink.
Congo is my
Your
first
ancestors
line.
like she's here.
That's right. That's right.
Damn, they strong. I told you. And you got that other one in there with you, Miss Phoenix. We the witches of Eastwick on this piece.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Fred.
that's right.
We know she's the highest witch at this table.
Oh, she said, but we know. She heard you.
I'm just right along with you. You guys, we feed off of each other's energy. That's not feed,
Let me
but
tell you something. I'm in this house. She's packing to leave to go move on an island, like you told her.
Oh, I didn't tell her. Her spirits told me that.
I'm on my way out.
Oh my God, that's beautiful news. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome news. Uh-oh, we froze, guys. Damn it. See? Phoenix's energy is very strong. I don't know if y'all can still see, but Phoenix energy is very, very strong. Her ancestors are no joke. We don't play that on here. All right. So Uncle Frank said Serge got Kerry Hilson because the players made a bet to each date an R&B girl. Well, yeah. So, all right. Let's see. Pink. There's a disconnect with them. All right. When you guys come back, shoot me up. Jesus Christ. Drill. You know what I did think about when I saw the clips of I wanted to see what's going on with hold on, Pink, I got you, Pink. I wanted to see, let me bring her in, hold on. But hold on. I saw a clip. I did see a clip on YouTube with the BET Migos because I wanted to see Cardi B. I'm like, oh, she pregnant again? This is what I'm saying. I'm all out of the loop. I don't watch the gossip stuff like that.
That was her first time revealing it.
Okay. But I wanted to hear the Migos. And then I start to get to thinking, I don't know, I'm still into that stupid I don't really, I honestly never listened to their music, but the song that they were playing, I like the background. They're not saying shit. None of what was resonating with me, but I like their music in the background. Anyway, I say all that to say, if Pop Smoke was still here, rest his soul, I felt his energy coming through with that Migos song for some reason. And Pop Smoke was a young man from Brooklyn who was about that drill type energy, that drill, as they call drill music, which is a detriment to our young men. Because this is something that's very glorified. Yeah, I don't even like the word drill, but we know what it means. And that's that age group that, Pink, Phoenix, y'all got
She's never even heard of drill, first of all. She has no idea. But as far as Pop Smoke, some of his music is really nice.
I liked him. I liked his energy. I only heard that one song or two songs, and then I saw his interview with Angie Martinez, and I was like, he is adorable. He's adorable. He's a cancer. He was a cancer. Yes. But I wanted, y'all broke up. You and Phoenix had broke up on the internet, but I wanted to say that her energy, that's what it was. It was them guys behind her and around her was like,
You want to try it again?
No, but tell her what happened when we turned
as soon as we turned you on in the house, her printer stopped working. It's been working all day.
See? So for those who are tuning in, thank you so much. I wanted to say that I'm talking to the one and only Pink Sugar. All right. She is Maine the Milkman's Ace Buku on the streets in YouTube land. All right.
Hey, that's right.
And we got Phoenix, who's in the sidelines, the commentator. And I wanted to just say to y'all, you know, you guys, well, this is to the audience right now I'm speaking to. For those of you that know that have been here, those who are coming in, I read tarot cards. I don't play one on TV. I actually do that, but I don't play with it because it's serious.
Yes, it is.
And you know, there's client patient confidentiality, as they say, between these two ladies. So I'm not disclosing any of their business. However, I do know that these two women, if they think I'm a high priestess, they are high priestesses in their own right. They don't have to talk about it. It comes through. Their energy comes through. Their ancestors come through. Their guardians come through. And those who are not familiar with, this is why this bothers me with this. I'm looking for a soulmate who may be black. Let them be black. We don't play around with the soul. All right. We don't play around. I don't play around with that type of stuff. So when I give you guys your readings, that's spirit ancestors coming through. It's divine energy. And I'm not playing with that. Yep. Some people ask me, you know, well, what do you charge? I don't charge. I do donations because as it's taught, you don't charge people for your gift. It's like when you're coming in for church. You're not charging people to come into church. You're charging them to come into, you know, arena. But you don't charge people to come into church. You ask for tithings, right? So that's what I'm asking for. And I'm not sitting here bashing anyone that does this on a regular as they meet, you know, do it for money. I'm not going to say they need it for money, but there are people that do this as a business. I don't consider this as a business. It's more of a gift and a message that I need to get out to people. That's all. So you two ladies, now I'm going back into Phoenix and Pink. Jen says, what's a high priestess? We'll break it down in a sec. You two lady are highly, highly guarded, armored, spirits, ancestors walk with you too. Y'all don't have to say anything. Your essence precedes you. And I want to say it's been a great honor to come across you two ladies and trust me with your message and go on it and see the message through. I have two testimonies right here, y'all, in the building in virtual TV that I'm actually, this is a blessing in disguise. I'm talking about, you know, Chicky, and we got two testimonies here without giving up disclosure that can verify what I said has come to light. Phoenix, what say you, Phoenix? Because you said you out.
I'm out.
You're packing up. You're packed up. Where you going?
I'm packed up. So you read me a couple months ago for the first time. So for your listeners who don't know, you and I had never met. We'd never spoken. I just came through on the humbug to get a reading that Pink Sugar had told me you were on point. And I was like, well, I'll just try it out. And you immediately were like, whoa, your energy is super powerful. You started pulling cards that dealt with justice, which I'm an attorney. So I thought, well, that's kind of strange. But then you started going deeper and pulling cards. And I did have a couple of readings. So throughout the first couple of readings, you were pulling cards that had palm trees on it. Didn't pay it much mind. There was a guy in my life at that time who was kind of creepy, and you read him, you pulled a deception card on him, and you let me know that that was somebody who was creeping on me, that I needed to get out of the picture and clear that energy. So, so I was paying attention, and I felt your energy as well. So I trusted you, and I worked really hard on my personal work to do that, and used all of my resources to clear the energy. But one of the things you kept telling me was to take salt baths and something to deal with spas and things of this nature. So I actually booked a trip down to St. Thomas in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I'm in salt water, right? And just did me for like 8 days. I went by myself and I fell in love with the place. It was absolutely beautiful. And I had at one point in time thought about working there as an attorney, but there are lots and lots of like things going on. But basically, in a nutshell, I've decided to relocate. And that was something that you had told me, I think in my first reading, that you saw me relocating, which at the time I was like, well, that's not really going to happen. But lo and behold, it happened. And it actually, as it was unfolding, didn't even consciously occur to me until Pink Sugar reminded me. And I thought, oh my God, I've got to tell her. So,
because you said an island.
you said an
I said
island.
an island, and then I was like, either overseas. I was like, you're leaving out either West Coast or overseas. I think I remember that. Also, not to cut you off, hold your point, Phoenix. Pink, hold on a second. What I also wanted to say to the viewers, to the listeners, guys, as Phoenix said, I've never met Pink Sugar either. Pink Sugar gave me that grill face the first time that we did a reading on Maine the Milkman, Behind the Bar 2.0. Check him out. Shameless plug. Not shameless. But she was the one that tested my gangster, because while Milk was like, yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Like, he was receptive. Pink was giving me the grill, like, let's see where you're going with this. Right. Also, guys, to my listeners, I don't remember everybody's reading. So some people will be like, oh, but remember, and it will only jog my memory when I'm reading you again. And then things will start to unfold. Pink and I've had a couple of readings where it just kept repeating this stuff, and it was like, so I kind of know more or less. Phoenix, I'm remembering, but I don't, and I usually don't write my readings down. Sometimes I do. But again, guys, this is message coming from spirit. So it's almost like, I don't know if anybody's ever been experienced to mediumship or any of that stuff. All right, think about your grandparents when y'all went to like the Baptist church, right? And you're trying to figure out, what is this Holy Ghost and why are they jumping around and heaving and hovering and all that good stuff, right? That's spirit tapping in. And then when they wake up, they don't know what happened. They're speaking in tongues. That's how it is with me, guys. I channel that energy. I don't really remember. It's almost like amnesia. And I guess that's a blessing in disguise, because it's not meant for me. It's not my message. So I'm not here to remember everybody, right? And it's no shame, no throwing nobody under the bus, but it's really your message. So I won't remember half of the stuff. And then when you start talking about it, then it jogs my memory, like, yes. So Phoenix, when you said, when we talked about that moving and stuff like that, now it's making, see, and I also need help from you guys as well, especially when I'm doing something intense. Pink, we did a reading again, there's not going into anything deep. But you were like, nah, this isn't making sense for me right now. And I'm sitting there stuck. We were almost an hour in, y'all. And I was sitting there like, no, we're going to figure this out. This was like a crack the case, what was that dude's name? Matlock type shit. We was like, what is going on here? Right. And I kept going in, and I was like, Pink, I don't want to keep going, because then it's going to keep going left. And if it's not resonating with you, I don't want to keep doing it. Right. And then I was like, I need your help. Same thing with Phoenix. I think one reading, I was like, yo, I need you on this one. And that's, it happened that way. All right, Jen, I'm sorry. We couldn't talk a little bit longer. Jen said, good at work. What's HBU? Hit you back up? Okay, hit you back up. There we go. So anyway, to the listeners, to the viewers, sometimes I need your help as well. Mm-hmm. I think somebody asked me, I think it was A-Boy or NASA, that says, how do you know you're doing it for the collective when you channel in? He asked me this a while back. And it's like y'all energy in here, I kind of pick up all on it. So when I'm doing a general reading for everybody, it's not going to fit because it's a general reading. But somebody's energy is kicking up a little bit more, where when I'm doing the reading, it's making sense, right? So then when we do a personal reading, what's up, babe?
I always wondered about that too. How does that really work?
Yeah, it's just the energy. Like you girls, ladies are high vibrational. So when you think about if you're in a club, think about all those vibrations that you're dealing with around you. Some you could pick up a little bit more than others. That's the same way that's going on in the YouTube streets. It's the energy that I'm picking up on, that it's like, all right, it's not going to be for everybody. That's why I always put out there, the messages don't resonate with everybody. Let it be. Don't try to fit it all into your narrative, because it's not for you.
Right.
Same thing what I did with Pink Sugar. we were damn near in an hour deep in trying to crack this case. And that's because what was going to happen, it's going to happen. It wasn't happening right now. So people have this thing when we go into readings, oh, I hope that this is going to be about love. And I hope that, this the Carrie Hilton, God, please send me a sign, right? Give me this black man, this American black man. Sit down, Carrie. Hold on a second. It's the energy, baby girl. It's the energy. It's the energy that we get, right? So we were trying to go at it. We were going at it. And then we finally figured out what was going to happen. It's going to happen. So energy is that way. We got to remember that energy is fluid. It's like water. If you put it in a cup, it goes to the shape of the water, right? You think about the ocean, it's fluid. That's energy. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to always pick up on love. It's going to be a message that you need to know. And it might not sound pretty. It might not sound nice. It might not be what we want to keep hearing message after message, but that's because that spirit knocking at the door telling you, wake up, because they can't talk the way you and I talk.
Yeah, because we had 5 readings, and out of the 5 readings, you pulled the same cards over and over. It was like, no, we're not changing the subject.
I think that's what was going on with Phoenix too. We kept getting that same energy about that guy.
Yeah.
That kept coming up a couple of readings, and it was like, well, damn. I got to the point where I was like, I'm dismissing him. Right? I was like, I don't really want to deal with his energy, because he was trying to come through, and I was like, no, us two together was like, boop, and he disappeared like after the second kind of shuffle. He came up the first shuffle, and then after that, it was like, boop. So thank you for validating.
He ran out of lotion. He ran out of lotion.
Oh.
But I have to tell you, you had told me that he had photos of me, and I was like,
as your spiritual advisor, you don't expose everything.
But in real life, I asked him. I mean, I had an opportunity to speak with him, and I just had to know if you were on point. And I asked him, do you happen to have photos of me? And he said, I do. And I said, yeah. So I won't go any further, but I asked more questions, and you were 100% on point, which is,
oh my God.
I would say it's scary, but it gave me joy to know that I'm connected to the universe.
Oh.
Okay. And you're connected to the universe, and I can get pure answers to protect me, because I wouldn't have really been conscious of that otherwise. So it's pretty disgusting and embarrassing, and I can't believe you said that.
I thought you were excited that he was doing it. That's why I started laughing.
Well, anyway,
it was very detailed, and I was just like, whoa, damn. And she was looking at me like, and that's why I don't really like to touch on romance. So I'm gonna go back into the audience for a second, guys. When you want to do, that's why I do freestyle. I will take your how you say request, right? As the DJ, throw on that slow jam, blah, 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 blah. All right. So if you want to hear romance, I'll do it for you. But I like to freestyle, because I like to get whatever messages coming through. And so romance gets a little sticky, because there's stuff in there that it gets real deep. And for some reason, it always wants to show me the real deepness of it and be like, damn, I didn't want to get that far into it. So
not everybody can handle that information. That's the other thing.
Right. Yeah, I can't, but they give it to me anyway. They like, yep, this is what you. It's not like I can say, please don't show it to me, because when I'm doing it, it comes out, and I'm like, well, damn it. And then the more I don't challenge it, the more I'm like, no. It shows me even more, and I'm like, all right, fuck it. So I wanted to address Jen real quick, because she left us, but she said she'd be back. She wants to know what a high priestess is. All right, so I'm addressing the audience really quickly, and the listeners. A high priestess is someone like a priest. It's just the female version of it. They're very intuitive. Think about ancient Kemet and our pharaohs, right? They use the high priestess for spiritual advisory. So they would go to the priest or priestess, and they would have women too. Let's be very clear how your open enemy, our open enemy, the open enemy, don't try to disclose that. Always try to make it as a man's world. Well, the woman is the oracle. Like with Greek mythology, they were going to oracles. In ancient Kemet, it was the high priestess. It's the same shit. They're the same people. It just could be a man or a woman. That's it. So if they wanted to know if they should go into war or, with harvesting and farming and stuff like that, they always go to a high priest or priestess who was spiritually in tune, and that's where they would get their reference to making a move. So with tarot, it's kind of the same mechanism. We go through the cards. There's different divinations. There's throwing the stones, right? If you're in the Yoruba culture, Nigerian, I think they do that as well. Congo. This is all our history. This is all our culture. Whatever, if you're Black, Puerto Rican, Cuban, Dominican, Jamaican, Indian, whatever the case may be, it's all ancestor, ancient techniques that they used back in the days. There's nothing hooey or scary or fooey about it. It's astrology, it's astronomy, and that's how our ancestors navigated. They knew when the tides were coming in because they saw the moon cycle and said it's a full moon, it's harvest time. We can go out and get our fish. The enemy wants us to believe and make us believe that shit is so bad that it scared us half to death.
Yeah.
So those who are not familiar with me, and when I started tarot, it's only been a couple of years, first of all, so I'm not a seasoned vet, but my grandmother on my mother's side, so not my mother's side, my grandfather's side, she read tea leaves. She's from Grenada. It's all DNA embedded in me. So when I started going through certain trials and tribulations, I wasn't in the closet saying, "Dear Lord, give me a black man." I was saying, "Help me the fuck out." Seriously, guys. But I was going through some stuff, and what it did was, it was almost like a child going through puberty. I was hitting different peaks in my spirituality because I've always had this stuff going on since I was about 5 years old. 6 years old. The first time I really encountered spirit was when I was about 10, 11 years old. It myself, not just what my parents were going through. So I've always had this around me. But when I became a teenager, I didn't know. Again, I was going through a puberty. I was a teenage mom. My hormones were kicking in. All this other, not nonsense, but all this whatever shit, man, shit was happening to me. And they were tapping at that door, spiritual door, and was like, "I'm here." My grandfather made himself known, and not only to me, but he showed himself to my friends. And I was like, "Y'all tripping? How do you know how?" We saw him. I was like, "All right." I was scared out of my wits because we don't talk about this stuff. It's something that's scary. Spirits are bad. They'll get into you. And I'm like, what? My mother said, crack your Bible open and start reading and start praying and all that good stuff. She didn't really coach me, even though she's my master teacher. At that point, she was just like, she was too far away from me to reach me to do anything else. So she said, crack open the book, start reading, blah, blah, blah. We fast forward. I'm almost 45 years old in a couple of weeks. Really, it wasn't until 2018 that I started doing the cards. And that wasn't what I was going to do. Initially, I was going to sell this is not the sage. Yeah, this is the smokeless sage and Florida water. Because I said, I could probably do that instead. The cards called to me. I was standing Barnes and Nobles of all freaking places, and they selling tarot cards. How scary is that? But you in Barnes and Nobles, but those cards are scary, and we're not supposed to be doing that shit. They sell Ouija boards, Parker Brothers. That's why I'll never touch that because that shit is crazy.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah. So what I'm saying all is that it has been a journey physically and spiritually, but it's like I said, it's like a puberty. It's like a coming of age in the spiritual world. So while I'm still new at my craft, it's always been in me. So when I get you guys' energy and I read it, it's like a surgeon. The only way you're going to really know how to do surgery is when you start doing it, right? Because you could go to school for Phoenix knows, she's a lawyer. You could go to school and learn and learn and learn and learn. If you're not practicing it and you're not executing that, you won't know how well your work is. That surgeon won't know I did now there might be some hit or misses. Let's be very clear. That's what I'm saying. So with that all being said, just want to tap into the chat room. A-Boy says, my energy's been crazy. I've been through the most. I could show you vultures. G-Boy says, that's what, okay. And then, is that the Cuban flag? Viva la Cuba. All right. So yes, our energy is that's what another reason why I tap in. I'm not an astronomer, so I don't really know all the placements, guys. I try to give as much information as possible. But yeah, the energy is very high because we're coming through another growing pain. We're coming through the age of Aquarian where a lot of shit's not gonna look right. That's what I'm saying. Like the homegirl right here, her thing was not looking right to me. I was like, huh? But that's the Aquarian in me. So if we know about Aquarian energy, Aquarians are the loners. They are the analyticals. They're almost like a Libra lawyer. They're always like in their head about stuff. And it can get real deep and it might not make sense to a lot of people. And so it's like, huh? You're bugging, you're tripping. So I appreciate Pink Sugar's perspective on it. And, go ahead and say anything else before we close out.
As always, I thank you because whenever we get together, you give crazy information. Whether it's for me or for someone else.
Right.
On point every single time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I thank you, girls, and the other Charlie's Angel that's missing because she's one of the heavy hitters as well. She doesn't know her power, but she's gonna learn because she's a little powerful one as well. And it usually takes a lot of us women who go through a lot. That's what I'm saying. Yes. A lot of and Carrie probably's gone through that, so she's looking for this soul connection. Like, I need somebody to fill my soul. I've been through a lot of stuff. And yeah, I get it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not here to really bash her. I get both sides of it, but I get a little sensitive when people start throwing soul and they wearing it on their t-shirt and then they.
Yeah, but not everybody looks at that word.
But when you're in it, that is what bothers me.
Right. So some people look at it as just a word. We don't. Other people feel like that's just something that they need to say out loud for other people. It's bullshit to them. They don't take it as personal as we do.
There you go.
And with her always being attacked, she's like, let me just throw out all kind of shit for everybody. So I don't offend anybody. But then you end up offending someone anyway.
This girl got slightly offended, was in her feelings. Also, we're in Cancer season. I'm a Cancer. I'm a little emotional right now. I've been crying for the past 2 days.
Yeah.
As I said earlier, I was watching the Mary yesterday, her documentary on Amazon, and I'm just like, damn that Casey, you.
Well, thank you for the warning because I started it this morning and then I paused it. So I already know.
We know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Mary is our damn, oh my God. Jesus, she got us through it all because she was going through it. And that's what I'm saying to my ladies, not even so much the ladies, the men too, they won't be boisterous about their emotions and their feelings because it's not, man, like, you can't show your emotions. Cry on my shoulder. Come on, it's okay. We can hug, we can cry, we can laugh, and then we can get the damn thing on. Right? Mm-hmm. But that's why it brought me all into this whole full circle with Mary's documentary that Carrie Hilson talking about. She wants the man, it's almost like be careful what you wish for, or be careful what you ask for. Because now Mary's single. She's living her best life. She's got a little champagne bottle, line out or whatever. She's like, F that. F can do. FKC. I'm doing the damn thing. She's 50. She's showing. I mean, Mary's our queen. That's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
So the emotions, boy, yeah, we a little riled up right now. We're in Cancer season. Cancer's Pisces. Listen, we kind of the most emotional, and Cancers now. Okay, so Pisces are oh my god, their temper is low down, right? Like when I mean low down, it's like it takes a lot for a Cancer to get off the top with their head. I mean, not Cancers, Pisces. Cancers, please, you rock us a couple of times and we ready to go about it. Cancers that's what they said. The FBI has the Cancers as the number one killers emotionally, because if you piss us off.
Yep. We'll cry while we kill you. We will cry while we are stabbing you to death.
Why?
Why you make me do this?
I love the Jew.
You made me do this mess. Look at this mess.
What did we do? Damn, Pink, they not gonna love us. Maine is really gonna be like them some man eaters right there. Damn it. I knew it. Look at they talking about killing us and laughing and crying at the same time.
Right. And but we will not feel bad in the end because you deserved it. So we will cry while we're doing it, but we don't give a fuck after.
Yeah. I mean,
I've never met you before. I've never seen you before. Who are you?
I was off my medication that day, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Read my medical records.
Silent. That's your legal advice.
Shit.
Say nothing.
There you go.
I have papers.
I love it. Phoenix is like, look. Here go Maine now. Who's that with the ice cream? Or is that what? The sundaes or the scoops? What's Maine?
Oh, that's for me. That's pink sugar. That's for me.
I told you, Maine. You see how he's lurking? I said Maine is gonna. And no sooner did I say Maine, here he go.
Because he's a warlock. He'll show up.
He is a warlock. I definitely believe that. Guys, if you're in the audience and my listeners, please check out Behind Dabar, DABAR 2.0. His content is off the hook. He talks about all these topics and then some. He doesn't get into spiritual stuff as I do. But Maine is a warlock. He's very intuitive. That's why for him to have me on his platform and be intuitive, not intuitive, but receptive.
Yes.
Read him too. That's why his thing is Behind the Bar. I'm surprised he doesn't. Now remember, I'll always remember Maine's reading. Maine, I was like, somebody, him and his wife. I was like, somebody's drinking too much and somebody's pissed off about this nonsense.
I remember that.
Maine says, I'm glad to see you've learned StreamYards with the clapping hands. Shut up. Thanks to Pink Sugar and Lotus. Because Yellow Jesus doesn't abandon ship. He's like, look, I already told you once. That's that Pisces. Let me tell you something. Y'all think I really be bashing Pisces. As I said this before, Lady Fresh, you're married to a Pisces. I love. When I say I love Pisces people, Pisces men. My grandfather was a Pisces. My father's a Pisces. My husband's a Pisces. My daughter's a Pisces.
Wow.
I done talk. My other friend is a Pisces.
Oh, damn. Okay.
It's like, what? Ooh.
You know, for me, all my life, I have been attracted to Aquarius. It never works, but they just keep coming. Now I push them away because I know you're Aquarius too.
No. But your rising or your moon has to have Gemini in it.
You think so?
All right. So this is for the audience and Pink and Phoenix as well. But the consensus is, so we need to know our full chart. How we find this out? We can go, shameless plug, we go to Astrology Cafe.
I went there and I didn't know what I was looking at.
Okay, so all right, what people need to know is the time that they were born and where they were born at. It's not going to all make sense to you because we only look at, oh, what's your sun sign? Now, Pink and we are Cancers. I was listening for the door. I thought I heard my door, but we are Cancers, right? So that's our sun sign. But what people don't understand and the depth of it is your moon sign is your emotional sign. It's what you have in your internal. Your Venus is your love. So your Venus signs, whatever that is.
You know what that is.
You if you know who that person you're dealing with, their Venus sign, you know that that's probably why you're attracting the Aquarius. I think also it is your Jupiter or one of those. Don't quote me on it, but there's something in your chart that's attracting this Aquarian.
My husbands with an S, my ex-boyfriends. And I'm like, we're not doing that anymore. That doesn't work for me.
Oh, thank God I don't have that type of, because Aquarians are a peculiar little bunch as well. They're like in that Scorpio Libra energy. It's like, what? It's hard to peg them and figure them out because it's like, and disclaimer, the word on the street is like Scorpios, Aquarius are a little free willy, giving and doing their business. They always out there sticking and moving people. That's the word on the street. I don't know all this. That's what they say. They also say Cancers are like that too. I don't know about that. I can't.
We're just loving.
I can't confirm nor deny all that. But yeah, so it's a lot of work. It's very energy consuming to have all that knowledge and keep on top of it. And last week I said we were in the Capricorn moon. It was not Capricorn. I said Sagittarius full moon. It was actually, we were having a full moon in Capricorn. So that energy is Capricorn energy is kind of like the stubborn, in that Taurus energy. They're very stubborn, but they're good with money. They're loving people. Think of like Mary J. Blige. She's a Capricorn. And so, she's always prevailed. So this is that Capricorn energy. So we had the full moon. So I want to just make a correction. I had told you guys we're in the full moon in Sagittarius, but it was really full moon in Capricorn. And so, yeah, so it's a lot of energy out there. As King Ramon says, protect your energy. What did Lady Fresh say? Lady Fresh said something. She said, we are. What do we are, Lady Fresh? All right. So, yeah. So anyway, that's the energy that we have going on. So the Capricorn and Cancer energy is like, think of your mother and your father. Cancers are the mother of the zodiac. Capricorn is the father of the zodiac.
I just moved away from a Capricorn.
So you understand these Capricorns. They like Cancers. They're like very hard. Their heart is in a big place. Yeah. They mean well. They're just a little hard-headed.
They move too slow.
They're like Taurus. They move to their own beat. And Leo.
Taurus is a little better.
They are.
Capricorn are indecisive people. It's like they just don't want to make a decision. They just want to keep thinking about it. And I can't stand that. Because for me, I like to plan and execute.
Right. Which is a Cancer trait as well. So, okay. So Lotus, I wanted to give her a shout out. Okay. So Lotus did a Cash App. All right, baby girl, I got you on the back burner. Hopefully it's not too late. I will hit you up. So Lotus wants to do a little shum. So anybody who's in the audience listening as well, you guys can hit me up on JoJo Dancer 03 on IG. If not, my other IG is Foxy Moon _ Spiritual Alchemist. Please hit me up in the DM there. Not to be cute, but slide into the DM. Hit me up and ask. There we'll do the readings. I'm not savvy like Pink, who be doing the StreamYard reading with me, and she's all savvy with it. I'm like, this Instagram, man, what the hell? What? Okay.
So I want it recorded.
Right. You too much. You just too much. So I'm gonna put that in. I think I put that in. I'm just gonna put that into the chat if y'all want. If anybody, if there's a man in the building that wants to talk about this Carrie Hilson, y'all can. I don't want to go too long. I know you guys. It's Monday. All right, so I'm just gonna put this in the chat where they can hit me up at. On IG. If you see a Steelers fan on the JoJo Dancer, that's because that's my alter ego. The Foxy Moon, you'll see a little sunshine. Yeah, we all have alter egos.
We do.
This is why, I was asking yesterday. Was it yesterday? I don't know. I was like, why do men always have these damn alias names? Like, why do y'all gotta name yourselves all different kinds of names? And it's donation based. And they're like, well, I did it too though. But I wasn't going around back in the days like well, yeah, let me shut up. Let me shut up right now. Because I sure was giving out wrong names, not giving your real name. You never give your real name out to anybody right away.
I never did that.
Right? We always have aliases.
I always gave my name. Always.
What's your name? What's your sign? Where you from? Oh my God. And if you thought that was bad, now social media is like, yeah, you don't really want to give nobody your information because they'll be like, all right, let me see.
Let me Google.
Oh, Jesus. I think that's scarier than how it was back in the days. And you and I we're coming from that same era in the 80s and the 90s where this is what I was talking about, going back to our roots and our cultures. Jersey's a melting pot as well. New York is a big melting pot. And so growing up, as I said, it was we had the Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and the quote unquote Black Americans. Or they came from down south, migrated up north, right? So it was all like we were all one. And our parents married into each other that way. And it was like, I never really saw any different because it wasn't an issue. We didn't talk about.
Nope.
It wasn't a big thing. And maybe that's because we grew up north as opposed to living in the south where it was more like,
I didn't have to deal with that until I moved down here. And then I became an other.
Exotic. You're exotic, Pink.
Well, they wouldn't even give me that. They just call me other. I'm like, what? How?
Right. So there you go, folks. It's still prevalent. It's alive and well. Colorism.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to say racist because I thought we were all one race, but all right, who am I? I have no college degree behind my name, but it's the human race. It's colorism. Lotus says she has several alter egos depending on the person. And I'm right to that one. That's so true. It depends on who. Well, yeah, I might be alter egos behind the scenes, but usually when you meet that person up front, you're kind of like you're yourself, but you're the shadow side. So you're like, yeah, my name is D. Like, what does it stand for? And they can be D for anything, and I'm just like, it's D.
No, I want to show my crazy right in the beginning.
Ooh, Pink.
So there's no representative for me. I'm gonna show you me right here.
Now, was this the 1992 you, or is this the 2001?
Always.
Okay.
Always. Now, the crazy me now and the crazy me back then are not the same people.
Gotcha.
But I never covered that. I never tried to act like somebody else. That's just too much work. And I don't like to be lied to. So to me, when you do that, you lying to me. So now I'm gonna like this person, and then you're gonna turn it to somebody else, and then I'm gonna have to choke you out. So no. Let's not do that. Let's be who we are.
Pink says she murder. She with that drill.
It's just a waste of time.
No, for real. That's the problem. We have a lot of representatives, and then it'd be years later, and then you finally meet the person. You're like, God damn, why didn't you just come out and say, just show me who you were from the get-go? Allow me to know your crazy side first.
Fear.
Not wait.
Oh, what did you say? Fear.
It's all fear.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's disrespectful because you're wasting my time.
There we go. Let's be clear. Energy, money, time is energy and currency, right? So it's the same thing. You're wasting my time by dealing with this nonsense when you could have told me from the get-go what it's about.
Right, and if you know that I'm not gonna like the truth, leave me alone. Why have me being around and you know I don't really like you if I really knew you? That's not right.
It's not. You're right. And they want to keep us in that pigeonhole. Like, I don't want you to be with nobody else either. Well, yeah, selfish on top of that.
Right. The nerve.
Right? Like, you're not who you are, and you won't let me go because you don't want me to be with nobody else. What the?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm starting to peel now. Y'all seeing my cracks. Like, what's going on in paradise? I mean, Foxy.
No, we talking about me.
Listen, y'all don't know, but you know. I've been around the block a couple of times. I mean, damn it, I had my baby when I was 15, going on 16. That can kind of tell you a little bit there, right?
Yeah. Around that block.
Oh yeah. And I guess you would say that's being fast. But my mind,
I wasn't being fast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I wasn't being fast. And it just was like, how we started off was just being best friends because his best friend I wanted to get with, and my best friend was his girlfriend, and she didn't want to be with him no more. So now we're two little birdies on the tree. Like, all right, well, we were just, kicking it. Like, I had to explain this to my daughter the other day, y'all. Because she was like, what's going on here? Because she knows, obviously, my oldest is not by her father. And, I try to be as transparent with my children so that there's no hidden, like, they don't need to hear from anybody else and they don't need to see it from anybody else. I'm going to give you it firsthand.
Right.
And our generation growing up and before that was you are seen and not heard, especially in my household. It was you say good evening, good night to the elder or whatever, you're in passing. You're not having adult conversations. And that kind of broke with my mom and that generation because my mom was coming from that free hippie liberal. She went to music and art downtown. So she was way beyond her time and she didn't really care about, she just knew you just don't talk back. And that was that. Other than that, it wasn't like, I don't want to hear what you got to say. So I'm now with that with my children and then some. I might be a little too TMI with them sometimes. But we have to be because this generation doesn't have like us, we're their parents. So we got to keep that same element that our grandparents did, but be a little more liberal with them, be a little more open.
Yeah, you're right. And a healthy balance there because, I don't share a lot with them. I give it to them as they need it, but to just sit around and Nah.
No.
Or even just like conversations. If Phoenix and I are having a conversation, I don't care that you're 28. Go in the other room or leave. Go to your house. We're not having that conversation.
Right.
It's still none of your business.
Yeah.
If you need help with yours, no problem.
Right. Definitely. I'm in agreement with that for sure. And that and they need to know that's the problem, I think, with the generation coming up with our 20-something-year-olds and down, is that there aren't these type of really healthy role models. Like our age is kind of like, we're kind of like left them stranded a little bit, because we were in the 80s, we came up through the crack era, and we were the latchkey kids, so we were like having to fend for ourselves.
Yeah. And
so now
we grew up together.
Right. This generation is kind of like me, and nobody really wants to grow up together and look. Some of them do. I'm not going to say all that. I'm not going to throw them all under the bus that way. But just an observation, like my son and my daughter, even though they're in the same generation, like my daughter, I guess because she was the oldest and I was like cracking the whip with her a little bit more. My son and my youngest daughter are kind of more spoiled in a sense. So they kind of a little.
I did the same thing.
Yeah, it's this.
And I think that's what it is. When we had the first round,
Right.
we were still stuck with that mentality from our parents and our grandparents. And then with the younger children, we've loosened up.
Right. And so now we got all of them kind of running around here, as I said, as I referenced to the Pop Smokes and the Migos, the Drills, even the Cardi B's, because she's still like 10 years, she's 30 something. But that generation is kind of like a little misguided. So they're setting the precedence for the next generation underneath that. That's why I talked to my 14-year-old, but she's mature enough as she's like a 21-year-old, where her mentality is like, I understand this. And so you got to use your discretion. You know who you can choose and talk to certain things with. And so that's why,
yeah, because every time is not the same.
Right. And everyone is not the same.
Yeah.
And it's good that we have this understanding, even with and also with the women. Like just with you, talking to you and Phoenix, if we think the men are petty, the women, we know that the women get petty with each other. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to throw Carrie Hilson under the bus like that. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad that I had you come on, because I wanted us to help clear the air, so it's not sounding like Foxy's bashing the poor girl. Because I noticed that there's more males than females. So the men will be like, yeah, or not really, but I needed another woman's perspective to give light to the topic. And also who's been through it. You know what I'm saying? We're seasoned vets. We can pop our collar.
Yep.
We know what it is. You know what I'm saying? But we shouldn't have a problem bigging one of each other up. We shouldn't be afraid to say, you're beautiful, you're gorgeous, look at you. Because I really don't have a problem. I see beauty. All you girls, Pink, Phoenix, our little Naomi, beautiful. I have no problem saying y'all are gorgeous. Your heart is good. That's why we are. I love your like, I have no problem saying you look good and not come out being a sexual or gay, for better lack of words. Mm-hmm. And we have to stop this. This is what this is all about too, with this hating on one another, hating on the next person. Nah, salute them, congratulate them. Maine. I gotta salute him for that, because he's like, yo, eat. We can all eat.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Stop being crabs in the barrel. We can all eat on this plate. We might have to divvy it up a little bit, and somebody might have a little smaller portion than the other, but we're all gonna eat at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
So we have to keep that going, and I just got to big you guys up, my audience, because y'all made this happen for me. You guys believed in me. to give you the message, to go on my little rant for an hour with the bullshit. But sometimes it's not going to be the cards. Most of the time it is. But yeah, it's just being perspective of things, and there is no hate. It may sound like hating. Like my kids will always be like, you're a hater. They all think I'm a hater. I might have some haterade in me at times, but who doesn't?
Right, but everybody doesn't agree. And it's, this day and age, if you don't agree, then you're hating. No, I just have a different opinion about whatever the situation is.
Yeah. And especially if you have a strong personality. That's the other thing. Some people can't handle a strong personality, so therefore it sounds like you're hating.
Yep.
Nah, I'm just telling, like you said, don't waste my time. I'm telling it as it is. I'm not here to hate or say, I'm really just saying what I'm saying, but some people can't handle that type of that openness with other people. So, all right, it is what it is. Lotus says, my parents, Lady Fresh, because the generation is exposed to too much, we have to talk to them. Yeah, for real. We do. And we shouldn't give up hope completely on the youth, right? Because they're learning just like we did. But there's a difference with the 80s generation and the 90s. Let's be very clear. I did this talk not too long ago about how the 60s came in. Our parents was kind of, they was free spirit. They kids, they let them roam around in their diapers all day long. Then crack came in. They was cracked out. They didn't even know they had to change diapers. Right? We had the fathers go out to war during the 70s, and they came back with PTSD, strung out on heroin, needed to get off heroin. In New York City, you know this, Pink. They were told in order for them to get help from the government, they needed to get into the methadone clinics. Get on methadone.
Yep.
So we got to understand the generations. It's not just our parents abandoned us because they didn't give a shit. They had real problems. They really was on some real. It's coming back again full circle with this heroin, with this opioids. It's like history repeating itself. And if you can grab a few out of that and kind of help shake them and get them snapped up out of here, because you got them high on Percocets and all this stuff that happened in the 70s and the 80s. It's history repeating itself. The blessing to this is that we are in the age of Aquarian, and we can see through this veil, right? So we have people like yourself, Pink, like Phoenix, who are the quote unquote high priestess that can kind of see through certain things, and we can, kind of spread the word around, because Phoenix is a reference from you, Pink. So if you didn't believe in me and say, yo, she's on point, check her out, and for Phoenix to be receptive to it and know where I'm coming from, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. So that's all. It's just, we gotta, I'm not trying to hate, guys. I'm not trying to hate. I needed clarity. She was saying some stuff. The God word was a trigger word for me. The soul was a trigger word. The black man was a trigger word. I'm like, what? The pro-blackness was a trigger word. There was trigger words in her statements, and that's all.
Non-American.
Yeah. So I think everybody's pretty much on point of what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Carrie Hilson. If y'all coming in later on, that she went on to Twitter to talk about how she's, I don't want to say looking for love in all the wrong places, but she did, apparently, allegedly. And she's looking for the non-Black American male, if anything, to help her on her fight with her blackness.
She didn't say non-Black.
We're back to this again. Oh, shit. Let me just give this out one last time for y'all. This is what she said. All right. Fair use, fair use, fair use. This is Carrie. She's a beautiful girl. She has hazel eyes. I don't know if they're her real eyes. She's excited.
They are.
Carrie has a black t-shirt on that says, "My soulmate is black." She also tweets and says, "I want who God wants for me." God was a trigger word, y'all. That's why I was going off like, whoa, what? God, soul. Okay. She says, but am I? She says, but am I wrong for hoping my soulmate is a black man? Question mark. He don't even have to be American. Now here's where I get tripped up, and Pink keeps correcting me. She says I've dated 3 non-black men.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said. That's
She's,
not what she said.
well, I'm reading it. Hold right.
Read it again.
This is what she's saying. He don't even have to be American. I've dated 3 non-American black men. I've dated that's where you keep correcting me, because she's not saying she dated black men here. So that's why I'm getting confused. All right. Then she goes on to say, but I want to love a black man or a man of color. So maybe a Pakistani. Okay.
No, you know, some people don't think that Puerto Ricans are black.
That's true. But yeah, yes. But then that's the problem. Then we go back to the islands, and it's like the dark skinned ones, no, you black. And you think about the light skinned Puerto Ricans or the Cubans.
Yeah, we don't know where her head is at when it comes to who does she consider non-black.
Exactly. There you go. All right. So she says, but I want to love a black man or a man of color. And if he's neither, he'd have to have a deep understanding and genuine support of my blackness. Anybody feel me? Question mark.
That last comment is for her non-black parent.
Ooh. Pink is breaking it down for us. Thank you. Because you said she was probably trying to be politically rounded for everybody, to not insult.
For everyone in her family. Because, like I said, I've been into that with my mother. Yep. She's like, what about me? I'm like, you're not the seed. Calm down.
Right. And I think that's the other thing too that I want to point out, because I always get that too, and I had this conversation on somebody else's platform where we talk about nationality, and back in the days that's how we associated ourselves. What's your nationality? It was never like where you from, it was what's your nationality.
Yep.
So we had a lot of knowledge of selves back in the 80s and 70s. We had a lot of that. Our parents taught us this. Like, as I said, my grandparents, I was between both. I was between my grandmother and her parents were Jamaicans, and my father's side, Puerto Rican Cubans. But that side of the family never, it was almost like, even if they never showed any disdain towards my mother's side of the family, because they never did. So it was never like I knew. It wasn't until I grew up where it was like, where are you from? But you look black. You look like this. And it's like, aren't I? Like I'm always with my moms and my grandpa. Like they're like black. My grandmother's Jamaican. Like, aren't we? Right. So here's the other issue though. And let's be very clear. The majority of us are mixed with other things, but this goes back into colorism and cultural, and when you're a mixed bag, you're a mixed breed, as they say, mixed breed. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard for those children to almost identify, because, like you said, she doesn't want to exclude one part of the family because she's claiming or not claiming. And again, she's coming from Georgia. That's where they're like that racial tension is high. That was high down there, is high down there. So it's a different. So my mindset can't really wrap around the way she grew up, because here in New York City, it's like.
So is she Creole then?
Well, she's from Decatur, Georgia, is what Lady Fresh said.
So
Lady Fresh didn't say that. Lady Fresh says she's from Georgia, but on her wiki it says she's from Decatur.
Yeah, that's not saying the nationality.
It's not saying the nationality. So we almost want to assume and safe to say that she's mixed with black and white, right? European, but we don't really know. She doesn't put that out there.
In the documentary she does explain. I just don't remember what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she does, but I can't remember.
I gotta dig a little deeper. I feel that
I think you'll like her once you watch the documentary.
Okay. I never not liked her. Yeah.
I mean, but
never,
you
no, I
like
got
her.
you. Appreciate her. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, appreciate her. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason. Like you're seeing how the South is now because you're from the North and going down there. That's what I'm saying. Like my head can't really wrap around what
Yeah, I
she.
come down here and they call me Mexican. Like, what the fuck are you talking
Damn, that's
about?
wild.
Yeah.
You know,
And then,
that's
when I
disrespectful. That's
correct them,
disrespectful. Damn.
yeah, and then when I correct them, oh, is that some kind of Mexican? No, it's not.
So this is where we need these type of dialogues, these conversations. You know, it as I had mentioned on this other brother's platform earlier, he talks about nationalities. I'm gonna plug him, Sabir Bey, because
I've heard of them.
yeah. Now he is not talking about the nationality with getting your money. He kind of stays out of that kind of realm. But when we start to know more or less, you know, just where we're at, where we're from, where we came from, where we're going now. Because he says, if anything, I'm gonna claim all nations because I come from all nations.
That's what my DNA says.
But when you have ignorant people, what'd you say?
They want you to pick one. Pick one.
Right. You can't say you're Nairobian and Cuban. Are you black or is you white? Which one, Negro? Pick one,
right
Negro. So you have more pigment in your skin, you in Phoenix. So I would automatically be in, you know, I know y'all's black. Y'all not. Y'all have mixed, you know what I'm saying? That's the same thing with me.
She's not black at all. Look. Oh, and that's the funniest thing.
And she's native.
All her life, she thought she was black or had some black. Some.
My mother always
She has some black. So look, we're not gonna even sit there.
No, but it's not American Indian.
Okay, I have to
native
the record. No,
let's go back
got that wrong. For the record, my birth mother always told me my father was Indian, but because she couldn't produce evidence of my birth father being a young lawyer, of course, I said, well, I must be black then. So I assimilated to the black culture because where I grew up, there were no other minorities there.
She was Rachel.
I was raised in Vermont, and so the only other ethnic minorities, right, were black people from New York. So I got a "Homie Don't Play That" T-shirt, and I was like, yeah. But of course, eventually, I knew that I was Indian, and I did the DNA test. And
I remember what you said when you got the DNA test.
Oh, don't tell me. It said that I was Asian, and I thought, well, I don't even look Asian. India, of course, is in Asia. But anyway, but people here in the South, they do automatically think because there's a large Mexican population, they'll just walk up to us and be like, hola, mommy. And it's like, no, I might speak Spanish, but I'm not going to answer that. I will not dignify that assumption. So,
right. Well, I'm the opposite because when they speak and they're like, but you look Puerto what's I'm like, nah, Negro, I'm not, but I am, but I'm not. So it becomes this thing where you're like, and that's just us. Like, you know, we see color. We don't see, if I see your complexion, I'm just going to go ahead and say black, right? Or so-called black. Y'all see mine. It's like, oh, she might be black. She's probably Puerto Rican and I get a lot Dominican. I'm like, really? Nah, it's Cuban. It's Jamaican and Cuban. So this is the problem. That's what I'm saying with this Carrie. She's got, and then they deem us as exotic because they don't know what to make out of us because we're the little mixed creed batch that they're like, where the freak y'all come from? So they deem us as exotic. And European people, the Caucasians, it's a fetish for some of them. And they like women like us, where it's like, ooh, ooh, you're not like the typical, black woman with the let's just say kinky hair. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of embedded shit that's going on that is coming to the surface, and we just need to be educated. When you start identifying yourself, I grew up, I guess, in the quote unquote black family. And what happened is my father stopped talking Spanish I was 5 years old. So my first language was Spanish up until the age of 5.
Yeah.
But because we had to assimilate, and my grandmother, my mother's side, who's Jamaican family, I don't understand what the fuck this girl is saying, but okay. And so it never was this colorism with us. It was more like language, like, all right, you gotta speak English, and now you're going to school. And I went to this Guyanese babysitter, and she was like, she cannot come here if she does not speak English.
Mm.
And my mother, that woman, you talk about buck breaking. I could comprehend Spanish, but I can't speak it because she buck broke me.
Yep, me too. Me too. Same thing. Yep. Yep.
So people, when you start to peel the layers back, we all fucked up. We all are mixed up, mind frames, body color, all that good stuff.
Yeah, it goes in perfectly, but it comes back out like, nope, don't do it.
Right. And so Lady Fresh is big on Carrie Hilson. She's going in with her, giving her support, not in a bad way, not bashing her. But when we start to understand these people, so somebody, I think it was, I forgot what his name was, but he had took some kind of award. He was mixed. He's black and white. I forgot what his name is, with the blue eyes. I forgot what his name is. Y'all will remember him. But he gave like an acceptance speech, but on
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about, right? But his name, I can't.
The J. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Nice looking. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cute. But see, and then it goes into preference. Like for me, I don't like skin.
Jesse.
Who?
Jesse. His first name is
Jesse. That's right. So he's cute, but I don't really like light skinned. Then it goes into that preference.
Exactly.
We messed up. Everybody's messed up.
Come on down to the islands with me.
Exactly.
I will. Shoot.
Like I can see he's very handsome, but it ain't for me.
That's not my type. And if y'all seen my husband, well, Maine, he was on Maine's thing. My husband is dark skinned.
Yep.
He's dark skinned. He's dark brown, I should say. And my great grandmother, who was Jamaican, she was my complexion, maybe a tad bit darker. But she said, I'm going to marry the darkest man I can find, because she didn't like the skin color, and where the Scottish and Dutch and all that other and Jamaican islands that got tampered with. My great grandfather was dark skinned. So, for me, I guess it was colorism, but it wasn't brainwashed. Like, oh, you gotta marry a dark skinned man. It wasn't like that, but it was
understood.
Right. So, but I wasn't, and then again, so here's where I understand Carrie, right? Because did I even date a Puerto Rican? I don't think so. I just didn't have nothing culturally with Puerto Rican.
I never did either.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not here to bash Carrie. I understand what she's saying, but she has some trigger words in there that I was like, what now? That's all. That's some trigger words. She has some trigger words. Dude from Grey's Anatomy, Lotus Bond says. So Lady Fresh says Carrie Hilton is black. Her parents are black. Oh, born here in the States, not mixed. Really? I mean, they were mixed, but she's not black. And she wants to be somebody that she can
identify. Because it's something, but I don't remember.
Well, and then when we go back to like New Orleans,
we are anyway, which is, I said, which Creole is just what we are anyway. It's
right.
It's triracial. It's just triracial.
Right, and that's what I was just about to say with New Orleans. When you think of Madame Laveau, she looked just like me.
Yep. Yep.
Queen Charlotte, who was Queen Elizabeth's great grandmother, was a little darker than me. So, you know, we need to know ourselves, but we also need to like be okay. We can't put this colorism on certain things. Some people be like, yeah, I want, like she's saying, I don't know. I'm gonna get over it by tonight. I'll get over her statement by tonight.
I think she's just trying to please the public, but it's very clear she wants a black man, and that's it.
Now I've come to understand, and now, you know, them island. Tell Phoenix to watch out for them islanders too. That's a whole nother breed. Them Haitians.
Well, she ran down there and tested the waters.
What? Why would you put that out for the whole world?
Well, she was swimming. She went swimming. That's all.
Swimming is what she means.
Yeah, no. I didn't mean like that.
Listen, I don't know why I kept getting wrapped up with Haitians.
I like them.
I like the original St. Thomians.
And Jamaican.
That's the other thing I was about to get to. My luck has always been some Haitians. Never. Now, what's dating? Because dating is like going out, having drinks, dinner, eating.
Attracted to.
Okay, there we go. Because I was about to say something else. I'm like,
yeah. I brought it back.
Ooh, you taking me down memory lane? Like, yeah, that one time with that. All right. Yeah. So. That's what I'm saying. That's a whole nother breed. So that's like Africans, Jamaicans, Trinidadians. Their mindset, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, it's different.
It's all the same DNA.
It's the DNA, but what I'm saying is the culture. Like they're oh my God.
It's that underlying Taino culture for all of them.
And so they wild. I don't really want to get into the whole.
And I love it.
Right. Thank you, Pink, because I'm not going to sit here and start saying stuff and then it gets recorded back like, but my husband, that's how he saw me. I saw you talking to your baby daddy downstairs in the lobby. He knew where I was coming from. He was like, you always had dudes around you. I was like, I never was with them though. I always had homeboys. That was the thing. I always was having homeboys around me, and I had one girlfriend, but it always be the boys, and it would always be my cipher. But he did catch me talking to, and my daughter's sperm donor is brown skin. Like it's always been, but it's not, and I don't know. I never said when I date I'm going to like Carrie said, please God. It don't matter what the soul is, but please bring me a black man. I never was like that because in my head it was already like that for me. I didn't have those type of problems.
It was what was available.
Was it what it was available? I think they would just. I ain't
had no Puerto Rican.
Well, it's probably in the law we deal with the totality of circumstances. So it may be that geographically you were around a lot more people that were Puerto Rican or whatever it was that you dated.
Yep.
But also when you deal with science and energy, you deal with magnetism. So where, people will say, oh, you're talking to all these, for me, they'll say, you love those. It's like, well, I have a strong.
Negro?
Me?
No, what you said? They said that you love what?
Islanders.
Ooh, because you're an islander.
Right, because I'm an island girl. I even got the Gucci link and everything to prove it.
Phoenix is a bad mamma jamma.
But you have an affinity for things energetically, and whether that's a DNA imprint or if it's just that you had maybe a good experience with somebody from that place before, somehow you develop this affinity and this magnetism, whether you're drawing them in or they are drawing you in. I think it's natural, and I think that's the difference between those of us who have these natural connections and then the woman we've been talking about today. I don't even know who she is, but it sounds to me she's trying to make a an intellectual decision about who she wants to draw in rather than a natural biological or physiological magnetism. So that's what I
hold on, Phoenix, hold on, because God damn it, you done just brought something else to the plate that Pink and I weren't talking about. I'm talking about potatoes. Pink is talking about tomatoes, but we're on the same page because we're going to eat. You just said that this young lady is making a statement intellectually.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
So it's the difference, right, between your will and spirit's will, I think.
It's safe to say, Phoenix, that I'm saying talk black to us, okay? Big Cat is in the building. That is my big cat, okay? Big Cat, you probably were here before when we were talking about what Carrie was talking about.
I can't believe that neither one of you know the song.
No,
you can make a.
I don't know, but I will. If I'm gonna listen to it. I wrote it down, so I'll Google it.
Yeah. Which song is that?
Pretty Girl Rock.
Oh, that's
Lady Fresh says Black and Puerto Ricans all run through Harlem and the Bronx. Lady Fresh, that's a fact for us, okay? And just as Pink said, geographically, that might be all that's the resources there. But in New York, yes, we had. Yep. I like little Bobby in the 3rd grade with the blue eyes and blonde hair. He was the only little white boy because he was exotic.
He was
because everybody else was.
Yeah, he was exotic. That's what it was.
Ooh, Robert.
Ooh, I want some.
Listen, I already know what his name was. 3rd grade, his name was Robert Bourne. The only white boy. All the girls was jockeying for him because he was the only little white boy. This is in the Bronx, 1984 or 5. So yes, Lady Fresh and Phoenix, you're right. It is, especially in the Bronx and Harlem, as we said, in Manhattan. That's what it was. That's what it is. It's blacks and Puerto Ricans. We merged. Yep. Some of us don't even know that because some Puerto Ricans or Cubans are like your complexion and darker. I dated this. I don't know if we want to call it dating, but we're going to say dating for Foxy Moon premiere terms. This Panamanian. Ooh,
yes.
Now, so, and he was what you would consider looking like a Black American man. You know, brown skin. That it might be a preference for me. So whatever.
It is for me.
Jesus, something about that. And when I say like brown, I mean like the Migos complexion. Like that's not what my husband. That's the complexion. So now where was I going with this damn thing? Because I said Panamanian. I'm like,
yeah, we got stuck.
Lotus said something about somebody said something about Jamaicans. Caribbeans don't really. It's more for them. It's like let's play around in the hate kind of thing. It's rarely that they want to settle down and make a wife kind of thing, right? And I think we're in the same boat. My cousins are all Panamanians. Oh, Lotus, how you doing, Lotus? Show some pictures. No, I'm just playing. What? Foxy?
You on Instagram?
Right? What's the Instagram, Lotus?
What's your IG?
But so in New York, even in Queens, all the boroughs is mainly blacks, Puerto Rican, Black, Cuban, Dominicans is now in the building, right? So, but for me, it was just like it wasn't like that because it was just what we had around. So yeah, maybe the resources. But then as I got older, I never really was like, ooh, let me go, let me go date this person. I always kind of stick to my roots. I kind of dabble, but it wasn't like I'm gonna make them my husband. You know what I mean? Like I'm just gonna keep my family like the way I was brought up. But when you like, if you're gonna go around and roll in the hay, you're gonna roll around in the hay with whatever, in a sense, right now, whatever. But
I don't want to look down and you the same color as me. That's weird.
I have an interjection. I have yet another interjection on that. So I think that
Phoenix.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know I'm working. I keep coming in and out, but when you deal with like the science and the history of the original people, it's scientifically proven that the original person came from Africa.
Right.
And when they migrated out of Africa, they went through India. So that's why Indian people were originally very dark. So I think when you deal with like wanting to, for a woman, right, our feminine divine, a lot of us are attracted to men that are darker than us because there's a dominance element. You know, we assimilate darker skin to being dominant. And I don't know about you. I don't want to be the dominant person in my relationship. So I personally want somebody at least 1 to 10 shades darker than me.
Spicy, caliente. Oh, Big Cat.
Yeah.
I'm from Colombia. Yeah, Big Cat, we gotta watch out for you too. I'm telling y'all Islanders, Costa Ricans, South Americans. Listen, y'all all in that same little spicy, hot to tamales type energy. Carrie's not talking about the preference of where you from. She said non-American.
She said she don't care where he's from as long as he's black.
Oof. All right.
Okay.
So, I have so many questions for Carrie. I want to interview her.
Yeah, right.
Wait, what does Big Cat say? Turn on. Oh, okay, thank you, Big Cat. Big Cat says turn the lights on. Okay, who else do we have? Lady Fresh says, remember she's an industry, so she's being exposed to all kinds of men. That's right, and probably women too. Oof. You know what, Lady Fresh? Oof, God, y'all taking it in. It's almost 2 hours in, and y'all just want to bring out more stuff. Phoenix brought in the intellect of her statement, and Lady Fresh is saying, we don't know if she was exposed to women as well. I kind of thought the same thing, Lady Fresh. And that's why she was like, men. After experience, she knows she's going to back, I guess. So yeah, I kind of got that consensus as well. I wanted to be like, maybe she was, because yeah, the industry will buck break you and take you down roads that you didn't think you would, thinking about. But to get into that limelight, that's what they're gonna do with you. We lost Pink, so Pink, if you come back, you come back. So that's what it is. Oh, okay, that's what. Okay, hold on a second. I don't know if this. See if that still is there or the expired Pink. Let's first of all let's hear what Ralph Tresvant. I think I played this before. Why can't you want a man with sensitivity? Why not, Carrie? Let's bring Pink on. She said, I'm dealing with a man with sensitivity.
So usually I can hit chat and I can see private chat and the regular chat, but the regular is not there, and that's what keeps throwing me off when I'm trying to come back.
Oh, all right. Well, you here. So I was saying we needed to hear Ralph Tresvant when he was saying I need a man. Freudian slip. I hope that's not what it was, but he's saying you need a man with sensitivity. Carrie's putting out that broad intellectual statement. That's what she's trying to do, maybe.
I'm cool with it. I don't need no more than what he has, because I've had some that are too sensitive, and that's too much.
Ooh. I like how Phoenix broke that down and said, I don't want to be the dominant.
No.
See, this goes back to earlier, not rants, but my earlier about half an hour ago was saying Betty Shabazz wasn't like, let me do what Malcolm's doing. We're not in competition here. Yes, I do. Traditionally, the man has to lead. Traditionally, the man is the dominant one, right? Mm-hmm. And when we say dominant, let's be very clear for the audience. That's not putting hands on a woman. That's not being physical. That's not
All you're
being
supposed to be doing is leading.
spiritually, mentally, and physically. In that sense, where if you got to move with your man, you move. All right, and
Yep.
financially.
And if you can't trust them, leave. Because you shouldn't be with someone you can't trust to leave you.
Pink Sugar's talking that real talk. Pay attention. That is very true. And it goes vice versa for the women, because men don't talk about this, but they do get abused by their women. Not like how they like a man, because we're not physical enough to beat, but we can. Don't let me get the bat. Oh, what? I'm having one of those moments. Phoenix, I need you as my representative. I'm just that's right, Lotus. You're an alpha liberal female. That's what it is. See, and some men can't handle an alpha woman. They'll think that she's being too testy, too mouthy, too loud.
Those are men who say that they're alpha, but they're really not.
Because they're insecure with themselves. So
Absolutely.
listen, we all have these problems. We just got to know. That's why I'm here. That's why Parky Moon is here. And I love my men in the group, in the chat, because they're unhabitual. Not unhabitual. How do you say they're transparent, right? Like a NASA, like a Yellow, like a Fresh, King Ramon. Bullets has just showed up. Big Cat forever, Big Cat and Big Willie. Like they have no problems going in and checking on somebody who reads tarot. This is mind blowing for me, because most of the time it's women looking for readings or that spiritual enlightenment, or just, this does he love me? I gotta say salute to my men in the audience, salute to them in the chat. First and foremost, listen, somebody had sent on somebody's chat earlier on Sabir Bay, young sis said, I love my boys. I was raised that way too. My grandmother, if she could have like all boys, we have this, and it's an affinity for our males, because our males, my grandfathers and my father, they led their family financially, spiritually, emotionally. They were more emotional towards the women than like my great grandmother. My great grandmother was like, she didn't really show affection and love, but my great grandfather was the one that nurtured my aunt, my grand aunt, and my grandmother. Same thing with my grandfather and my mother. So I have a lot of I want to say alpha, but I have a lot of male. Lotus wants to show up. I have a lot of, for better lack of words, alpha males that led my family. So that's another thing that draws me to when I'm looking, or when, in mating. It's like, I don't want somebody who's going to be a little fembot like me. I was always in the basketball court playing basketball, but in lieu of, I'm going to try to meet me somebody, because all right. Let's get Lotus in, because I'm going back memory lane. Damn that damn Haitian. Oh. Child, I was 16? I thought, Lord, I thought I was in love. Same thing. My first little crush was he Trinidad? Yes, he was Trinidadian. That's what I'm saying. That was my first crush, was Trinidadian. Man, I done stalked that boy for 3 years until he finally said, I love you too. I was like, ooh. Lotus is in the building. Woo, woo. Yay. Lotus, give us your shine right now, Lotus. Man, I done stalked that boy for 3 years until he finally said, I love you too. I was like, ooh. Lotus is in the building. Woo, woo. Yay. Wait, I think we're getting feedback. Hold on a second, Lotus.
You got to close out the original YouTube.
I thought I did.
No, she does.
Oh, okay.
No,
okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. I'm a shy person, but people will
wait. Speak. We can't hear you too well, Load. I can't really hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. But are you on headsets or?
No, I'm not on here. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Perfect.
Is it better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm very, very shy. So I have to be an alpha female because if I don't, the people will run over me. So I have to speak out. I have to. But I would rather be in the background. And I would rather let a man lead. But I'm not gonna let a man lead if he's gonna run it in the ground. If he don't know how to lead, I'm not gonna let you lead.
There you go. And that's what makes us an alpha woman, because sometimes you're like, damn it, you don't got it together. I'm gonna have to take this world by storm. And that's the problem. Sometimes, Lotus, not to cut your wisdom, but when us women, especially the women, for better lack of words, of color, we had to lead the family, right? So it makes us have this alpha testosterone in us where we become aggressive. And it's like, we're not playing, we're not taking no shorts. So it may seem, if that dominant male, only a dominant male could really know how to, I mean, let's think about the king of the jungle. You know how to tame that lioness real quick. She'll roar at him and be like, not today, but he'll be like, rah, and she's like, okay, right?
That is true.
Yep. Yeah.
But I don't want to use alpha betas, but that's what it is. Some males that don't have that, they're going to think that we're very aggressive and they won't understand us. And it's usually women who are Black or Caribbean. We're a little dominant. So to some people who are not used to that, it's like, oh, you got an attitude problem. What's your problem? And it's like, Negro, I have to carry us all and then some. What do you think is the problem?
Yeah.
So go ahead, Lotus, continue.
Yeah, but I've been in relationships. I've let dudes lead the way, tried to, but it wasn't successful. So I have to be the dominant female and be like, okay, this is what I'm going to accept, and this is what I'm not going to accept. If you don't like it, hey, that's your problem, not mine. But I'm not going to settle because you have a problem with it.
So you're saying somebody's not really comfortable with themselves,
basically.
Yeah.
Now, are you from the South, Lotus, or are you from Midwest? Where do you hail? You don't have to give us specifics, just locale in that general vicinity. Are you from the South?
The South.
All right. So I don't want to make an assumption, but I'm going to put a hypothesis out there that it would be a Black American male that you've dated, or because the South is either Black or white, or you come down like a pink sugar and you're Mexican, but you're not. So is that where you had?
Surprisingly, I've dated Asians. I've dated Jamaicans. I've dated Black. I've dated them all. You might as well say.
So
I'm not going to say I've had a problem.
You can appreciate Carrie Hilson then.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I have a problem with them, with all of them, but some of the ones who were insecure, yes, I've had a problem with them.
Now, was that a Black male, quote unquote, American Black male, or was that other? Not. I'm just
Black. Most Black. Yeah,
because Pink and I are from the North, and y'all, know this. I'm up in the Bronx. I'm in New York. It's either Puerto Rican. Like I said, the white person in our group was the exotic one. We were like, ooh. So in the South, it's either or. It's either you're Black or white, right? Quote unquote Black American, quote unquote Caucasian. And so I've come to see with our eyes that it's usually when the Southerners are, it's Black and white. They marry Black or white, or they date Black and white. So like you get somebody like a Pink or a Foxy that's other. And we're not used to that, but down South and Midwest, that's the norm. That's what it is. All right, can I get your opinion on what you think with the Carrie Hilson, what she posted out? What is your take on what she said? Because Pink and I, you hear what Pink and I have said. What is your take on it?
I think she's coming from trauma. She's speaking from trauma. and the things that she's experienced and the people who she's experienced it with. Sometimes when we hurt and we've been hurt by certain people, we get assumptions and we kind of say, well, all of these kind of people are like this and these specific group of people are like that. So we generalize.
Mm-hmm.
But with me, I say you have to do a lot of inner work, a lot of inner healing to heal that trauma. So you won't draw that trauma to you all the time. If you always focusing on the trauma that you've experienced, how are you going to be happy moving forward? And how are you going to find the person that you want to find? Instead of always going into seeking toxic men, women, whatever you want to call it.
Right. So I want to say, and Pink, you can chime in after. Let me just say this real quick. What you're saying, Lotus, sounds kind of like what Carrie is saying as far as you're not, it doesn't really matter who it is. What she's saying in indirectly is I prefer the Black American man. Like, I think she wants to stay home, right? But she's experienced the other things and she's dabbled like you, because you apparently you've dated other cultures. So you can understand where she's coming from. Because I never did the whole East Indian or Asian, the most would be like, the European, but that was like during the dating games. Like, it wasn't like I'm going to marry this one. I married who I was raised with. You know what I mean? So what I'm not saying anything really other than that I see where you understand where she's coming from, because it is sounding like it's trauma. There's a lot of layers to what she's saying, but you understand it. Because it seems like you've been in her shoes in a sense where you've been with other outside of the quote unquote Black American man. And so you understand a little bit where she's coming from. Because I'm still, I'm still on the fence with it. But Pink's been breaking me down all night. Like, she be giving me the Tyson, listen to this. Listen, you're missing. You're missing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pink.
Well, I think a key factor is the whole conversation and not just that little part. What was said before that? I think that would make a really big difference, because if you just go by what she said, it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative comment. She just said, I'll deal with anybody.
Okay.
I prefer Black, because it sounded like it might have even been a religious conversation and not so much of a racial or cultural conversation, because the initial comment was, I'll take whatever God's going to give me, or whatever that was.
Right.
I'll take whatever. I'm open to whatever. I prefer Black. Is there something wrong with that? No, there's nothing. But whatever that conversation was leading to that comment made her feel like she needed to ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, I've dated people outside of the US who are Black, so it doesn't matter where he's from, but he still needs to understand not necessarily her struggle, because she may not have struggled with anything much, but our history.
Right. I get that too, Pink. That's why I took almost to offense, because with the soul, there's a spiritual aspect. Because the first thing she said is she referenced with God, right?
The other thing is, you keep bringing up soul. That was only on her shirt. People wear shirts all the time and don't
care.
Right,
I got Blessed Queen, right, with the Jamaican colors.
They'll wear it just to support the next person, but not really believe what it says.
Well, okay, let's put a pin right in that, what you just said. Hold on, Lotus. Let's put a pin in right what Pink said, because that's where I was kind of like with the industry people. It's like, are you now? She could be really feeling this, but we also know that the industry people will put shit up propaganda and make it look cute. And that's why I was like, this isn't a fur coat. You don't wear black skin as a fur coat, although we know that those race soldiers did that back in the days. They were wearing the skin of our ancestors and all kinds of demonic things, right? So that's why I kind of was like, damn, I kind of got into that. I don't want to say race is bad, but I was like, whoa, Carrie, you can't just put this on like it's a fur coat and take it off. But that's why I needed more perspective. That's why I appreciate you, Pink and Lotus, and the men coming through and helping me break it down, because I was getting really like, you can't, this is not a fur coat, my dear, where you could just pull it on and pull it off, because but she's apparently been through stuff. I'm going to reference back. We're talking about Carrie Hilson on her Twitter, guys. Beautiful girl. A woman, rather. She's not a girl. Well, she is gender-wise. Oh, God. And that's the other thing. Oh, never mind. So her t-shirt says, "My soul mate is black." Why couldn't it be purple, red? Now I'm being silly, but I'm making a point, because it's like,
that's what it is. And then she doubled down by saying, "I want him to be black." That's what it is. I want him to be black.
It was a lot of stuff going on in there. Hold on. So I want to just go to say what my moderator, Big Cat, says. Drink water, hydrate, eat fruit. Health is wealth. Take care of yourself. Absolutely. That's first and foremost, right? Before we could be like, God, please send me a black man. That's my soulmate. You need to hydrate yourself, first of all, so you can receive the blessings that God has for you. All right, so this is what Carrie says. I'm going to read it again. You guys can help me detangle it, because she did there was a couple of layers in here, because she wanted to include everyone, as Pink says. She says, I want who God wants for me. But am I wrong for hoping my soulmate is a black man? I want to stop right there. I'm not going to say anything else. I mean, I'm going to stop right there, because what we see happening in modern times is a lot of people wearing us like we Gucci bags. We're not a fucking, and this is where I get upset, because we're not a commodity. People sport black people, and when I say black people, that means Cubans, Dominicans, Colombians, because we all come under that rainbow. What I want to say is that the Europeans and Caucasoids sport us like we are a Fendi bag, and it gives us a misconception, right? So you have a Carrie Hilson, who was probably a teenager when she came into the industry. Follow me, Pink. Follow me. Hold on. She came into the industry impressionable at an impressionable age. Who knows what was thrown at her? Who broke her, right? So her mind is distorted with the industry and real life. Even though she veered away from that type, she knew, she saw it, and she was able to get away from that in a sense, where she didn't take the Beyonce road. They weren't going to let her. It was three of them: Ciara, her, and Beyonce. There's only one winner here, and they took Beyonce, right? Poor Leah, they killed the Leah, allegedly.
Yeah, because it was
supposed to be the Beyonce. Let's be very clear.
Yeah.
And then in the industry, it's always a rat race. You can only be one. How? When we all are gifted and talented, we all come with different things. How is it only just one Beyonce? How is it only just one Ciara, when we can clearly see that Carrie Hilson she has those talents and then some? She can write. Beyonce can't write her stuff. She's not the greatest vocalist. She's an entertainer, but she can't write her stuff. Like, she might now, because she's been a veteran in the game, but in the beginning she wasn't. She didn't really dance like, I'm going. But what I'm saying is that, so Carrie's probably been through the industry game long enough to see other people, different cultures around her, where she's like, no, that's not for me. But that's what I'm saying. Like some of it is almost like a shot fired at the black community, where all I'm saying is that it's not, see, because remember, they use us, they take everything that we have, our gold, the booty, right? Africa is the booty, right? So the Caucasians, Europeans went and looted and pilgrimed and pillaged. So they take us as commodity, and that's what I'm saying. Like Carrie, it's not a.
You don't view her as black?
I mean, well, yeah, I do. I did. But her little statement just put me for a tailspin. Like, I hope you're not.
No, because the way you say
gimmick.
it,
It's not a gimmick, is what I'm saying, Pink.
no, the way you say it is as if it's a white lady making that comment. She is black. She's not wearing it as a coat. She stated, it's on her shirt. She's clear that that's what she wants, and that's that. She's not playing with it at all.
Okay. What say you, Lotus?
Me personally, I say that with me dating, it doesn't matter what color it is, because I don't specifically focus on color. I focus on what's on the inside and what's spiritual. If I lived in my trauma and the experiences and the guys that I've dated, I probably wouldn't date a black guy, but I know I can't live in that trauma. Just because one person treated me one way, that doesn't mean that other people are going to treat me the same way just because they're one specific color. If y'all get what I'm saying.
Yes, that's what Pink is saying, and that's what Carrie is coming out and saying. Yeah,
there's so many different personalities.
Yeah. Hold on, ladies. I'm going to add another lady, our lady Fresh, married to the one and only Fresh Breezy. Please, let's get her into the audience, into the panel.
Hey, Lady Fresh.
Hey, ladies.
Hi, lady.
How are you guys?
Great.
Good, and you?
Good. I'm tired.
Oh.
But yeah, I just wanted to chime in, give my little 2 cents about the Carrie Hilson thing. I really don't look at it as a negative at all. It is possible that she could be coming from a place of trauma, but she could also be coming through, like, come through, black man, come through. You know what I mean? Because if you look at she's in the industry, she's probably dated men of all kind of races, nationality. She might have even dated women, like I said in my comment.
Right.
She's probably been through a lot of different types of people, but she knows, that she wants a black man. She wants that 2-parent black home that she's used to and accustomed to and that she grew up in. And I think it's dope that she's saying, I want a black man. It doesn't necessarily have to be American black man, but she wants a black man. Because if you look at her and then you look at, say, Serena Williams, she dated a lot of prominent black men who didn't do her right. And she ended up with a man who is not black, who is treating her the way she wanted to be treated. And you have Carrie Hilson, who's saying, black men, come through for me. You know what I mean? She hasn't turned her back. Not saying that Serena did, but she found that love elsewhere. She was open to that love elsewhere. And while Carrie had her time doing that, she's saying that her picture of what she wants in her household, I think she's saying she wants to see that with a black man. But she will accept what God gives to her. I'm assuming she probably has some trauma.
That's what Pink is saying.
Yeah, she's had some trauma. And a lot of times when you have trauma, the first thing you start saying is God, God, God. You know what I mean? And she wants God to give her that good, strong man. But that's why she's posing it as a question. Like, am I wrong for wanting my man to be black? And no, honey, you're not. We can all want what we want. We may not get it, but we can want what we want. We have wish lists. You know what I mean? That's on her wish list. And she has a black child. So,
because who knew Eve was gonna go down the avenue and she went down?
Man, she is like living her best life.
Yep.
And for me, like, color is not a big, like, you would never know my grandfather was Portuguese. You look at me, I'm black, 100% black, but we all mixed.
Yep.
Every one of us mixed with something.
That is true.
So that was just my 2 cents. I just thought maybe maybe the wording could have been a little different, but I really honestly think she's like, I think she's like for the black man. Like, My heart is gonna
Absolutely.
belong to a black man. Like that's what I want
Yeah.
for me.
The Lady Fresh, that is a definite beautiful take on it, because you're saying the same thing Pink is saying, and Lotus is coming from a different. Uh, y'all all understand. I understand her as well, because I said in the beginning, I'm being objective perspective with it, because I do hear what she's saying. Lady Fresh, you not made up, you just said something about her wording. I think that's what was triggering me, is the wording, and I'm getting hung up on the words.
Yeah.
I'm a creature of words. I in my past life I thought I was a rapper, because I am a wordsmith. I know how to say certain things and get it across, written and orally. So when somebody writes something like that, and I was big on writing love letters. I used to write 3-page love letters, like
Okay.
4-page love letters.
Oh man, I'm writing
Listen, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm big with words and writing stories, and
But Fox,
go
what
ahead.
if she would have said, I know that I hope that that man is white. Then the world would have been dragging her ass all over the place because she said she wanted a white man. So no matter what she would have said, somebody would have been like,
Yeah.
well, why does she have to say a black man? Why does she have our black men? They need to be chosen. Like, I just feel like it needs to be done more often. I think what she did needs to be done more often. Like, we're not giving up on you.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the black woman stops, being there for the black man, that's when the shit all crumbles, right? So I honestly think it was a beautiful thing that she said, but like you said, for certain people, the wording is gonna throw you a little bit. But had she said a white man or some other man, a different type of person, black people would have been like, why she say white man? Why she so she would have never not caught heat, no matter how she said it.
Yeah, definitely.
And not to cut in,
Go
but
ahead, Lotus.
let me be clear, because I see behind the bar says Lotus hates her own kind.
That's him. Heck,
Let me
Joe.
let you know, I have 5 beautiful African American children that I have had by the same African American male.
Say
So
it
I
again.
have no problem with dating a black man. No
Lotus, you
problem.
can
I love
always ignore him.
my chocolate.
That's just behind the bar. See, and that's what I'm saying with words. You see how that triggered you? It triggered me too when I saw that, because it's like either you laugh at it or you like, what the fuck are you trying to say?
Yeah, I just ignore him.
That's what I took with Carrie. I was like, wait, hold up, what are you trying to say now, Carrie?
He's a troll. He can't help it.
Oh,
He
right.
can't-
That's right. He's down in that troll era.
I'm for it. I'm for it.
And Lady Fresh, Lotus, I applaud you, because that's, we need to have more of our black babies come through, because as we know, they are a dying breed.
And mind you, and when you normally say that you have 5 children, yes, they are by the same African American man that I was with for 5+ years.
There you go.
And loved him, but he couldn't do me right, so I left him and moved on to the next black man.
That's a rarity within itself, because listen, me and Pink, we had our babies early. Obviously, we have different men with other kids, right? So that's a rarity, where you have the one woman with all the kids by the same man. That's what I strive for. And for better or for worse, it's 25 years, and I got my 2 beautiful ones with him, and then I have my oldest by someone else, who's African American, his family from North Carolina, where his mother was like, who is this white girl? Ma, she ain't white, she Jamaican. What are you talking about, Ma? Because she's coming from down south, coming up here to New York. So it's also the culture thing. It's the Southern thing. Who came through the building? Somebody else wanted to pop in. But I respect all you. First of all, I want to just say I respect all you ladies for coming through. I needed this perspective, because I didn't want to be in the boat by myself bashing. I needed other women to come through, break it down for the audience, break it down for the listeners. It's not just Foxy Moon or her little tyrant. Like, what? Slow down now. Hold on. You know, you a lover, not a fighter. All right, here comes me. Here comes me. Hold on, y'all. We got to get this man love here.
Oh
Hold
Lord.
on. Here we
Hello,
go.
hello, ladies. Hey,
Get it in me.
Whatever.
Hey, BDB.
First of all, I'm only catching the tail end of it, so I apologize if I misinterpreted what she was saying. But I caught the part where I heard her say, Lotus, I'm talking about, that she would never date black men again. Did I hear that correctly?
No, you didn't.
Oh, see, I caught the tail end of it. See, I messed up. Okay, my bad. When I came in, I heard her say something like that. Can you please let me know what you said, Lotus?
I said if I lived in my trauma and the experiences that I've had with some black men, then I wouldn't date black men. But I don't live in that trauma.
Okay, see, I came in at the part where I heard you say I would never date black men. See, that's
He
all
even
about
retracted his comment.
You need some milk.
Exactly. Lotus, I do apologize. See?
No hard
bouncing,
feelings.
I'm
no
bouncing
hard
around
feelings.
from chat to chat and stuff like that. I'm trying to support all my peoples, you know what I'm saying? So
It's all love.
yeah,
It's all
I was
love.
about to go in on you. You feel what I'm saying?
You can go
You're
in.
not going into my
Trust me, I got
moderator.
the spiciness. I got it for you. I'm with the shits too.
And do not shame women like Pink Sugar who have multiple baby daddies. Just because you guys got it right. Do not try to shame her.
Wait, Maine. She came in like, look, damn it, I got 5 by 1. What you got?
But
Shots
it
fired.
wasn't meant like this.
So let me get. Can I put my male's perspective in it?
Please.
All right,
We've been
cool.
waiting for a man to come through.
So Lotus,
Carrie's been waiting for a man. Come through, black man.
Saw her Lotus.
That's right.
She's been with the same African American man for 5 years and had 5 babies with him back to back. Is that correct?
Yes, I did, and was married.
He kept you barefoot and pregnant for 5 years straight, huh?
Well, not because he wanted to, because I wanted a big family, and I still want a big family.
My question to
because
you
that's
is
what
this,
we are: be fruitful and multiply.
and I'm not here to judge you because your marriage failed, but my question to you is this: was the grass greener on the other side once you left and dated someone else?
Much better.
Are you still with that gentleman?
Yes, I am.
Oh wow. Okay, good. Does he play a good step? Does he treat your children as good as your the biological father?
Better.
Oh wow! I wish I had a sound effect for some applause right now because that is unusual. Usually, and I'm just being honest right here. Usually, a female with 5 kids is not really appealing to the average male. You know what I'm saying? Because they feel as though you come with too much baggage.
That's not true.
That is true.
It's not
No,
true.
it's not.
I take care of mine.
To some men, it is.
And
pain.
always taking care of
to
mine.
some men, that is.
Some. A very
Majority,
small
let's just say majority. Let's say majority. Can we be fair with
Not
that?
a majority.
No, it's some.
5 kids.
Yes.
Not a
To a lot of
majority.
men, that would be an issue.
Right.
That would be an issue to women with a man having.
Hell
5
yeah.
kids.
Exactly.
So,
Right.
I'd be like, what? 5 kids?
Thank you.
Right.
They don't even live in the house.
I'm so glad we
Right.
have Lady Fresh Brown on here because she's so logical. It seems like Pink Sugar is illogical. That's her issue right now. That's
Whatever, man. Whatever.
That's why she's in this predicament she is right now because she's so illogical.
Oh, I can't stand you.
Here he
Well,
goes.
guess what? Me and my 5 kids are good,
That is great.
and I'm not lacking in relationships either.
And that's what some people think, that you man has to. You have to have a man to be okay because you have 5. I can't even explain it, but no,
I'm
that's
good.
not true. Because I know she take care of her just like I take care of mine. I take care of mine without a man, and have been taking care of mine without a man.
Lotus,
and with a
Lotus,
man.
can you see yourself again? Lotus, can you see yourself getting married again?
I do, and I know I'm getting married again.
Damn.
And how do you know that for sure, sweetheart?
Because that's what God has shown me and told me.
Pop your collar.
Oh, okay. So how long have you been dating this new gentleman?
Oh, okay, man. This ain't.
I've known him.
Unlike-
I've known him for 10. I've known him since 2007.
That wasn't
Always
my question.
starting.
That wasn't my question, honey. I said how long you been dating him?
How long have I been dating him? I've been dating him.
Sweethearts.
Trying to be cute.
I've
Y'all
dated
please
him
stop-
off
please
and
stop
on for
being
10 plus years.
Y'all been together for 10 plus years?
I've dated him off and on for 10 plus years.
Oh, so y'all broke up and came back and broke up and came back, correct?
That is correct.
He's after 10,
He's lived his life. I've lived mine.
after 10 years of him not giving you a ring is a red flag, no?
No, because that's not what I wanted then. But that's what I want now.
Okay, all right, okay.
He was a virgin when he got married. Like,
But you make it. Hold on. Wait a minute. See, wait a minute. Y'all throwing shots. Shame on y'all for throwing shots on what's right to do. See, y'all mind is already fucked up.
whatever. You were a virgin. Go sit down.
Not fucked up at all.
You know what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to do, no?
So wait
You
a minute.
can, you
That's-
can.
But
you
so
can
I
argue
don't have a
on it.
say in it. That I don't have a
But
say
your
in it.
perspective is different than the rest of the world.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Lotus. Lotus, let me hear Lotus speak. Go ahead, Lotus. I'm sorry.
What do you want me to answer?
I thought you said you wanted to speak. You just said that, right?
Okay. What's your question?
Here goes that Taurus energy. Hold on, man. Hold
Yes.
on. He's behind
What's
the
that-
bar.
what's
Hold
your
on.
question?
Hold on.
Teddy Torres, here he comes.
Mm.
Coming in like a bull.
Because first of all,
All the
Maine,
time.
because for the listeners and the audience, this is Maine Behind the Bar 2.0. Please check out his page. Please subscribe. First of all, I'm giving my hats off to you. I'm throwing my flowers at you in your face because I appreciate and salute you for bringing me onto your platform so that Foxy Moon can continue to live.
In your face.
All right.
Hold on. So you're crediting me for your success on YouTube?
I'm not
Oh,
crediting. I'm crediting you for giving me the platform to elevate and show my gifts.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're very, very welcome. And I appreciate you for what you've done for my platform and for my friends like Pink Sugar, Lady Fresh Brown, and several others. I definitely appreciate you. All jokes aside.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And she's a heavy donator, by the way. I'll be like, every time she donates to me, I'll be like, damn, 15, 20, 30, calm down. What the hell?
Hey.
Damn.
And then sometimes when was it? The other day you were doing I forgot who it was, but I did it twice. I was like, well, damn, was I drinking?
I was like, hey, yo.
I needed to hear who was it that I needed to hear that oh my god, I forgot who I asked to hear, but I needed to hear that good stuff so I could be bopping around. But yeah, all jokes aside, listeners, you know, this is our little banter, but Behind the Bar, Maine the Milkman is definitely doing the damn thing on the YouTube streets. He has great content. I've always said this from the beginning. I saw something that he still doesn't, he's humble about it, but you know, there's a light shine on you that your platform has grown because there's a vision that you had. There was a vision I saw that I don't even know you, another person who can probably validate a reading that I did on your platform, on your live.
Me.
Lady, I did, but you know, since he's the only, listen, he's a heavy hitter right now. I gotta give him, like I said, I gotta give those flowers right up to you, Maine. Right now, you know, Larry Beach just creeped in the building. That's another heavy hitter.
Hey, Larry.
Titan. You know what I'm saying? I don't use that word loosely either when I say Maine, Larry, and Yellow Jesus are my titans, are my pillars who helped, you know, project and bring in more I don't know. I don't want to say people, but damn it, people, like you helped expose me to your audience, Maine, which is selfless of you. Like we said, you know, there's a pie that we could split it many ways. Some might not get the whole big piece, but we all gonna eat.
And I wholeheartedly believe in that philosophy. You know, and I do that to everybody who
Yes, you do.
I
Yes,
do
you
that to
do.
everybody. But unfortunately, some people who you support will eventually like turn their back on you and stab you in the back. So there's a lot of wolf in sheep's clothing, which I'm noticing. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, you know, I don't want to support. I don't want to. If I end up indulging in the negativity too much, it will turn me into a person that just say, you know what, F everybody. I'm not going to support anybody. So I'm not going to let a few bad, you know, few bad people.
Yeah.
There you go.
You
a few
can't.
bad apples spoil the bunch. Like even today, I had an opinion about another person, and they're on each other right now bashing me for 4 hours. So that's just the name of the game and shit like that. And this is somebody who I promoted on my channel and shit like that. But you say one wrong thing and then they make a whole big deal about it and shit like that. But I learned that it's the name of the game. I watch about 15 minutes of it and kept it pushing because I'm used to the negativity, but I cannot, indulge in it too much because, like I said, it would take me out of my focus. I'm focused on growing the channel so people like Pink Sugar, people like Foxy Moon, even if Lady Fresh Brown eventually want to do her own thing, I'm gonna have a platform to be able to give everybody the exposure that they deserve. That's my ultimate goal at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
I'm too scary.
Well, Maine, it is what it is. Sometimes when you there was a conversation that was going back and forth with me and somebody else as far as when you let people get on with your platform, not even your platform, but do you let your family and friends get on with you, and then 20 years later they trying to take you to court like a Dame Dash and a Jay-Z? I'm very skeptical, but I'm very cautious with doing business with other people. I'm kind of like the lone man in the thing without with my family. But like I said, with your platform, with Yellow Jesus helping promoting me and just believing in me, and not like, okay, well, Foxy, what are you going to do for us now? That's what I said. You're doing a selfless thing. Some people don't understand it. Some people don't want to understand it. Some people are just natural haters. Like I said, we're in a haterade nation. So it is what it is. When you get above a certain level, I'm noticing with these YouTube streets, it starts to get competitive. There's backbiters. I'm not for all that. I'm not for the troll nation. That's why I put that. Y'all do that on your platforms, and that's how you run your show. On here, it's about cards. It's about the spirituality. It's a different kind of thing. I don't mind the heckling back and forth. But sometimes, like I said, y'all just see me kind of get a little unraveled. What Carrie was just saying, I get a little sensitive.
Right,
you know what I mean?
We have a saying on the Behind the Bar, said "Behind the Bar forever," right? And shout out to my guy Fresh Brown when he said that, and everybody started saying "Behind the Bar forever." But I said to say this, I look at us as and I think I saw Lady Fresh Brown say that one time too.
Dysfunctional ass.
We are very dysfunctional ass family. You know what I'm saying?
We be tearing each other heads off, but let another motherfucker come in there and try something.
Exactly.
Oh my God, Lady Fresh, I'm surprised with you because you be going in over there. I'm like, whoa, I gotta step back, and this ain't my forum. I just let y'all rock out because I'm like, Lady Fresh is tearing people up. She's so innocent, not Lady Fresh. Y'all fall on Foxy Moon like loving life.
She's coming out here too.
Then when they on behind
they'll
the bar,
bring it out of you though. I've been doing
know.
good actually. I really don't bother people. I might.
But I say that to say this though.
ahead,
as far as us being although we're dysfunctional, I think we have a sort of like a solidarity with each other. We're strong, right? And a lot of other people don't like seeing that. So when we do things and come together and put together events that come out, 90% of my events, they come out like perfect almost. You know what I'm saying? We always have a good time. We turn up, we laugh, we have so much fun. And the opposition don't really like that. It's like the opposition is like the devil. They see that and they would try to come in there and they would try to destroy what we're trying to build. And it happens all the time. Like they don't like us giving back money, $200, $300, $400 at a time at each event because it makes them look like, oh wow, they think they're better than us. And yeah, we better than y'all. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Because if we doing stuff and giving back, all other content creators want to do, majority of them, it just take. Even with your platform, Foxy Moon, you give people something out of your content. You know what I'm saying? When you give readings and stuff like that, even what you did for Pink Sugar and made her see the light at the end of the tunnel as far as her relationship is concerned, you're helping people with their lives. Most other content creators, they're just beefing. It's drama, and you get nothing out of it but negativity. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they don't like that. So this is why I support you, Foxy Moon. I shared your channel on both my channels because I believe in what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Facts.
So that's what I'm here for at the end of the day. And contrary to popular belief, yeah, I might get my troll on every once in a while. I might talk a little shit every once in a while. But my heart is good at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Because I really want to see everybody win. I don't hate anybody on here.
I always said Foxy came to the show at such a great time because that was like during the time that it was constant conversation about trying to increase female participation and female viewers on Behind the Bar because it's so many men. And so when you came through, you brought such a positive energy to the show. Like everybody fell in love with you. It was just like it was a really, really great. I even cammed up that night. Like that, it was just such a nice change to what the everyday situation was. So that's why you always get so much love whenever you do come through to Behind the Bar.
Again, I'm blessed and honored, and I kind of see that. I see you guys come over here, and it is a family, dysfunctional family, but it is a family. But whose family isn't dysfunctional?
Right.
That's true.
So
It's
I
still all
appreciate that acknowledgement, Lady Fresh. This is what I'm saying. We can't be backbiters, men and women. Again, I'm too old for that backbiting business. I'll be 45 in a couple of weeks. We can't do all that stuff.
Right.
We got to give homage where homage is due. We got to give credit where credit is due.
It's a time and place for everything.
Yes.
I'll never forget. You might see me and Pink Sugar going back and forth sometimes, and we troll each other.
Salute the Lonnie Cabal.
But listen, when I was sick, right? When I had the coronavirus. The what y'all didn't see was behind the scenes how I was I don't want to use the word depressed, but I was in a different mind state. You know what I mean? I was somewhere else. You know what I mean?
Scared.
Yeah, it's debilitating.
It's understandable.
Listen, you know, I don't want to get too derogatory, but put like this, my body wasn't even working how it used to be working. I was kind of like what's going on? But anyways, long story short, Pink Sugar came out of nowhere, and she really surprised me by her like reaching out to me like every other day or something like that, just to check up on me. And I was like, at first I was like, Pink Sugar? Like I thought she don't care about me like that, you know what I'm saying? But she would just call me to check up on me and see if I'm okay. And I was like, wow. So people like her, because I felt like giving up after I had the virus, and people like her and many others, you know, Lady Fresh Brown, the Browns, and I mean, the list of people go on and on.
Right.
Those people kept me motivated, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know,
that's dope.
I was in a whole nother mindset. Like, man,
well, you know, I was where you were, man. It happened to me too. I wasn't as bad off as you, but you know, when Fresh told me you had it, I instantly was fearful for you and started praying, because I know what that was like how, and you can get into a depression state because it's nothing you can do to change your circumstance. It's nothing you can do but ride the wave and pray you come out okay on the other side. Then you're worried about your family. You don't want to, you know, infect anybody. You don't want, you know, it's just, it's a really tough time. And if you have any underlying conditions, it drags out even longer.
Let me tell you how bad it got for me. And I'm going to give y'all an exclusive on Foxy Moon Show, right? It got so bad for me where I was getting suicidal thoughts in my mind, right? So I told my wife immediately to take all the guns out the house and to bring it to her parents' house, because I didn't want to do anything crazy to myself. It got that bad for me. I didn't know what was going on with me mentally. You know what I'm saying? So it took a long time. I did a couple remedies and a couple spiritual baths and this, that, and the third. But I'm finally glad to say, you know, I'm back to myself. You know what I mean? Well, you know, Behind the Bar people helped me get through that. You know what I'm saying? I got so many text messages, phone calls, emails of people just making sure I'm okay. So you guys kept me, you know.
You came back better, I think.
Right. I appreciate that.
You came back elevated, for real.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
My big thing was your breathing exercises, because I know how important that was.
Right. Yep. I couldn't even walk from upstairs to downstairs. That's how bad my breathing was. The doctor said that my lungs was only at 40% capacity. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Listen, not to sound vulgar, I couldn't get an erection for 3 months.
I'm sure she was relieved.
Oh my God, I was fucked.
3 months?
Yeah, I was done. Yeah, I was done. Like, sex was the last thing on my mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it is what it is.
Thank you for that exclusive. Thank you for being real and transparent again, because we need that. We're not always on 24/7. You know what I'm saying? Even though we come on here on our lives and there's a different vibe that we give off, but behind the scenes, like nobody. That's what I'm saying. Like, as I was explaining to Pink and Phoenix earlier, my transition coming into this is like equated to being pubescent kid. the spirituality was always there, but it was certain traumas and triggers that happened in my life that kept propelling me and pushing me to where I am now, to the Foxy Moon that you guys see doing the readings and coming on here. So I thank you for that, because that's something really deep that nobody, especially men. This is what I'm saying. We all got to be for real and heal, as Tupac said, be real with one another, heal one another.
And I'm so hard-headed. I'm so hard-headed. Me too. I'm so hard-headed because even though I went through what I went through, tell me why I refuse to get vaccinated. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid. It's weird.
Well, because I don't want to get shadow banned, but it's.
I'm not even going to start on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm vaccinated.
I say it's your personal choice. I don't judge. Just whether you do or you don't, you have to make the decision for yourself.
Just stay
in your household.
Right. But it's almost Maine and Pink and Lady and Lotus. It's almost back to like that segregation, because some places in New York City is putting up, are you vaccinated? You go here. My daughter just told me the other night, Ma, they have wristbands that show you if you vaccinated. She was like, me and my boyfriend were the only ones that weren't in there like that. Yeah. So it's almost, again, with the whole racism, colorism, the whole 9 yards, back to this again. And it's like, damn, but this is our health. What are you doing? And yes, it is a personal, it could be a business decision that you have to make if you're one that has to travel, or you around, like hospitals, they're not playing that. If you work for the hospital, you see what's going on in the news. I worked in the hospital for almost 20 plus years. I was like, I'm not getting, they had at the time, it was, you got to get the flu shot. I was like, I'm not getting this shit. They were like, we're going to dock your pay. I was like, where do I sign up? I got children. Right, but I knew, and working in the healthcare, I know what's going on behind the scenes. I know certain things that are in there, and I'm like, not having that. Not putting that in my body.
And I've never taken the flu shot.
Yeah, the flu shot put me down bad. But...
Right.
So, Foxy Moon, you a nurse?
I play on TV. I was a medical assistant. I'm no longer working. I guess you would call me an early retiree. I had to go out on medical leave.
Oh, okay.
So no, I'm thank God, because God heard my prayers when I was like, please get me out. That's what I was asking God about. I wasn't asking him for no man. I was like, please put me in another position. Please put me in another job. I don't want to be here. It's too stressful. It's too stressful. I worked in pediatrics. My background is in pediatrics. I worked with very sick children who had to get liver transplants.
Oh.
So it was a very high stressful job. I had two school-age children and one baby at home to take care of. My husband was working. It was in and out. So I did a lot. I kind of damaged my body in a sense. So I did a lot. And God didn't say you're going to go into another job. God was like, I'm taking you out completely so you could be home with your family and do what you got to do. Because I was always the working mom and going to school, going to the gym, doing everything and then some. So, God has a certain way of putting people, and that's what I said earlier when Carrie was like, please bring somebody into my life, God, right? God has a way of doing that to us. He puts people and situations into our lives that if we don't learn from that, like me with your situation and just being sick, if you didn't pick up from that and learn from that and keep it moving and change how you can now live your life, it's insanity at this point.
Right. And I think the love that Picture has for me, I think it's mutual, because I interviewed her the day before I found out that I had the virus. And I was half dead, and I promised her for like months we've been talking about an interview. So the date finally came up and I was half dead, but I said, listen, I'm not gonna stay here up no more. I'm gonna give her her interview. And I gave her one of the greatest interviews that I can remember. I think it's, in my personal opinion, at least my top 5. I think we had a good time on our interview. But if you ever go back to that interview, you can see how fucked up I was. Like,
crazy. And I even asked you, then, did you take the test? And you said yes.
Right, and the results came back, I think, the next day.
Yep.
Wow.
That shit was crazy.
Yeah, you had.
I want to say, not to cut you off, Lady Fresh. I want to say to Maine, between Maine and Lonnie Cabal, brother Lonnie Cabal. I don't know none of y'all personally. Let's just put that on the record. I don't, but y'all energy is so dope. And I like Lonnie's content because he's a young male perspective, a young black, quote unquote, black American male. For him to be such a young man, right? And to have the knowledge and the wisdom.
He's Carrie's dream.
Lonnie, Carrie's looking for you. If you can
Carrie
help her out.
looking for you, Lonnie.
Help her and God send you their way.
Hey yo, Lonnie, hit the link, bro.
Wait, yeah, hit the link, Lonnie. But hold on though, man. You and Lonnie, y'all are so dope with interviews and asking the questions. Y'all know the right questions to ask, because Lonnie was doing an interview with me and he was asking all the, like, so dope. And I appreciate that because that just shows the integrity that you guys have. Like, y'all really have some journalism skills going on, and that's pretty dope. Like, the interview, it wasn't all over the place. You know how to narrow it down. You know how to dig in and pick the bones the way you did with me and Pink.
Yes.
But I still give you hats off because I'm like, that's dope. That's why I was like, you're professional, even though you do the dumb shit sometimes, and that's affectionately me saying that. But your skills are really up to par. And I was like, and I always really, that's always been my, like, woo, like you and Lonnie. I'm like, damn, they really good with this interview stuff. I know place.
And I never attributed to him having journalistic skills. I just looked at it as him being petty as hell.
Oh, okay.
It's both.
It's a little bit of both.
But sometimes when you really talking to somebody, you have to be unpolitically correct. You know what I'm saying? So you call it being petty. I call it, I don't believe in being politically correct if we're going to have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's talk.
Yeah.
Like, even with you and I, only thing I ever exposed to you is that things like Pink Sugar. If you said it on a public platform, I have the right to say, nah, that's not what you said over here. That's why I did what I did to you, because I'm like, wait a minute. Now, if I didn't have the proof, then there's a difference. Or if for example, Pink Sugar, if you told me that in privacy,
and he go get the proof and show it.
don't play with me. You know what I'm saying? And the whole time, that's why Foxy Moon was like, as your spiritual advisor, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, get the heck out of here. She said this publicly, God dang it.
Yo, but Maine ran that for like the past couple of days. He's been running the whole as your spiritual advisor and then putting your interview up like, oh, she's dating so-and-so. I'm like, damn, Maine.
He gonna make you a drop. You better watch out.
Oh my God, he will not let it go.
So Lonnie Cabal just posted up the grown folks table. See, this is what I'm talking about. Lonnie knows, like, this goes back to, you know, the children are seen, not heard. And not saying that Lonnie is a child. I'm just saying he's very younger than I have a daughter his age. Pink, we got kids his age. His intelligence is so advanced, is what I'm saying. His mind thought, when he's thinking, he does like the main and really knows how to ask the thought-provoking questions. I'm like, damn, like, you say things that I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And there's 20 some odd years between us, and I'm not, you know, I'm like, damn, I could sit at the table. You can sit at the table with us, Lonnie. Come here.
I remember when we were all on Fave's channel, and at first he was making comments, and then he said, "Oh, this conversation's out of my league." I was like, "Yeah."
Here's our boo. Here's my little boo, little Lonnie Cabal. Come on in.
Hey y'all, my mic messed up.
Hey.
Hey, Lonnie.
Hey,
Yo, Lonnie, what up,
Hey,
though?
hey,
Lonnie.
what's up, man? Hey, yo, you the star of the hour. You shot it tonight, my nigga.
Hey, man, it is what it is. It comes with the good and the bad. As long as they talking about me, man, I want all the fucking clout.
Get out of here, man. We talking about getting a male perspective. He's now.
No. It's a whole
Nah.
nother
No, he's talking about
platform.
somewhere else.
But we're not gonna say
Okay.
the name.
Wait.
No promotion.
Yeah. I saw that too.
All right, that's better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so how y'all doing in
Go ahead,
at
Lonnie.
the grown folks table, man? I feel cool, man.
Right,
I'm at the grown folks table. I feel real cool, man. Thank y'all for letting me sit and bring my. So listen, ladies,
Get it in, Lonnie. Let's go.
be honest. Did I do okay with that one chip challenge? Did I do okay with that one chip challenge? Because I was trying to hold it together, man. And when that
You
don't
was
hit my
trying to keep
stomach,
it together.
It was
I
great.
was trying
That
to be
was
a
a great
real
challenge.
player.
Oh
I
snap!
think y'all did real
Wait,
good.
Hey,
y'all.
We
Wait,
got
y'all.
one.
Hold on. We
We
got
had hot
somebody who came in from
challenge
the bushes. Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
shit, and they was
Uh oh.
gagging.
Hold on, because Larry Beach wants to come through, but hold on a second.
oh shit.
Oh, we
Yeah,
lit.
it's a wrap. Hold on, but I can. Apparently, they only let me get like 6 people on there. Hold on now. What's going on here? StreamYards.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can have 10. You got 4 in the background. Only 6
do
in
I?
the
Is that
front.
what's going on?
Yeah.
Damn, you
Hold on.
popping, fuck.
Hold on. I gotta get because that's my heavy hitter. Lotus, I'm gonna put you on hold. I'm gonna put you in a second. Let me get Larry Beach
That's
come through, my
cool.
love.
That's cool.
But so you wanted to do the reading. I'll text you, but stay in between on the live with me.
That's cool. Go
If
ahead.
you can, look at me. Stay on the live. It's 10:30. Shut up. All right, my Lotus. This is my moderator. This is my queen who is a pillar as well because she comes through. And she helps definitely with Willie and Big Cat. She's a heavy hitter that's there with my moderator. So I want to give her a big salute and a big blessings to you and your family because you're always doing that for me and mine.
That's what's
Oh,
up.
yeah,
That's what's
blessings,
up.
man. Hey, take some of my blessings with you too.
Blessings to you all. Love, light,
I
and
love
healing.
that giving flowers while you can still smell them thing we got going.
Right.
Right.
We
Yeah.
can do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But put
All
me in the
right.
background and let what's his name come in.
All right, my love. So yes, we will chat. But if you can stay with us a little longer. I wasn't trying to stay on this long, but apparently we're here. But
You
all right,
popping.
we popping. All right, my love. All right, so
Look at Foxy holding the panel down. I see you, girl.
oh snap! You're trying to be like the big boys.
Holding that panel down, girl. I see you, professional.
Oh my goodness, y'all are doing this. I mean, I'm learning from the heavy hitters, the Lonnie Cabals, the Mains, the Larrys, y'all be the Pinks. That they
Can't
really
sleep
be
on the
doing the
pink.
damn thing. I'm
She's
like, all right,
solid with it.
nah. So I'm learning. Listen, Yellow Jesus. First of all, I'm gonna give him my hat off. Okay, I'm gonna throw him the white roses
Mm.
and just give him that homage and appreciation because he saw something where I was like, nah, I'm giving up. This YouTube wasn't gonna happen. I had a couple of subscribers and he was like, you better get on there, Foxy Moon.
You sound just like him.
Right?
You sound like him.
You better get on there, Foxy Moon. And I'm just like, who and the what in the world? All from the Star Report. And I'm like, you think you? And he's like, nah, you got this. And I was like, okie dokie. And then he put me to Maine's platform, and it was like this hazing. It was like boom, 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 get on there, get
Yeah,
on there, get
yeah.
on there.
Everybody had to go through it.
Yeah.
And not in a bad. It was kind of like a little intense for me because I was like, oh shit, Pink was giving me the grill, like, what you got? Let's get it. But I was like, oh my goodness, this is real big league stuff for me. And Lonnie, I'm looking at it like I'm my child's mind. I'm like, oh shit, this is really big stuff for me. I never, on Instagram, and I was like, okay, this is YouTube.
Yeah.
So I was like, yo, so you savvy, Pink savvy, Lady Fresh, y'all all like got this down, and I'm just coming in as a newbie. I'm Johnny come lately.
Oh no, not me, honey.
Lady Fresh is like, all right, Pink. But yeah, I'm kind of like Johnny come lately. But let me get this other pillar in here, this top hitter.
Oh boy.
Oh shit. Look at the Ivy. The Ivy got
Uh-huh.
Look,
Hey,
La familia.
let me say salute to the
It's the
ladies.
avatar for me.
Thank you, Foxy Moon. Salute Pink
Look,
Sugar.
you had to
Salute
jump in
Lady
'cause of
Fresh.
Larry.
Oh, Pink Sugar and
Oh.
Company. Salute to you. I don't know who that is.
That's Phoenix.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Phoenix. I'm Larry Beast, man.
I know who
You know
you
what I
are.
mean?
I'm Larry and I'm
Ooh,
a
yeah,
Scorpio.
Larry.
I take long walks by the beach.
Avatar.
Yeah, Larry.
All right, let me
Who
introduce
is
my
he
guy.
gonna
Salute
call? Yeah,
Lonnie.
Larry.
Salute BDB. You know what I mean?
You know, we in the building.
I
What's
just-
up, Larry?
I'm just over here
Yo,
chilling.
salute.
Hold on, let me make
This is the
myself
real Get Fresh crew right here.
make myself available, man. What up, though? What up, though?
Ooh, he got
Oh,
the
we
Yeah,
straighten
man.
up.
yeah, man.
Yeah, Phoenix. There you
Hey,
go.
Foxy, hit that other box below, the shorter box next to the one box. Hit that one, and it'll.
Larry always trying to show niggas up, man.
No, I'm trying to help her.
What you talk? Wait, hold on, Larry. What now? 'Cause
Look at the
I'm-
bottom of your StreamYards. You see
Yeah,
where we all are in the box? Go to
yeah.
the bottom, and then go to the next box. With all of us.
Okay, hold on. You know, damn, Larry, why
You did it right, but you do it with all of us. The first box, then second box. Do the second box.
Nah, you good, Fox. I was just like that. Like
Okay,
2 months.
that one, right? Then do the next one.
This one, Larry.
I don't know.
He said, I don't know.
It hasn't.
Good,
Don't-
man.
It hasn't flipped.
Listen, Larry, I just did the StreamYard.
There you
now.
go. You got it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, Larry.
That's what that does. No. I'm sorry. Hey, welcome. I just came over here to fuck shit up.
Oh, man.
I'm over here sweating. First of all, we're in the heat wave in New York City, and you talking about fix this, fix that, fix. I'm like, oh my god, what? I just got on StreamYard. You know, it took me a minute to figure StreamYard out.
I know, Foxy. I was just trying to.
Oh.
So now you know the two different boxes. One makes it big. The other one
Is
makes
this
it
the
small.
right box, though, Larry? Am I in the right box?
Smaller.
Yeah, you are. Because and then you could take, if you want to, you could take people's names away. But look at that later. You know,
Yeah.
we're not gonna do all that right now.
Jesus.
But hey, salute to Lonnie Cabal and Maine the Milkman. Yo, Lonnie.
Yes,
Yo,
sir.
Lonnie, I thought you was gonna throw all my G, yo.
Hey, I thought I
Hell
was gonna
yeah.
throw up. I was gonna be so mad, bro, because I feel as though the challenge is you can't drink water. But I'm like, if I throw up, then shit. You jive like lost too. So I was like, bro, don't throw up. I was cool. Then it got real hot in my stomach, like right here.
I
I'm like,
saw that.
Oh, yeah.
then it came up, I'm like, oh.
Hey, I gotta tell you this, man. I gotta tell you this, Lonnie. Salute to your homie, man. That man had your back. He said he came through. He's like,
Was that
be
EK?
strong. He said, "Be
Nah.
strong."
That wasn't EK. That's my boy Habib. He in 2 of my
He had your
videos.
back.
That's the homie. He had your back. Yeah,
Leary,
man.
can I piggyback? Let me piggyback on what Leary said though. Not only was his homie there for him, Not only was his homie there for him, but his whole family, his mom, his dad. Nigga, his dad came up there, gave him a hug. His mother was in the
Oh
live chat.
damn!
And
Hold
my
on, his
uncle came
girlfriend was
down.
His girlfriend was in the live chat saying, "Oh, babe, his whole family was in the building, nigga. His whole family."
Oh damn, Lonnie.
They wanted to make sure he was all right.
For real.
You would have to, man. You would have to.
Hey, my people was right upstairs when I was doing it though. That's why they came down so quick. They were like, "I see you, nigga. You did it." I almost died. Hey, what my nigga Kane say on Miss Society? I almost died out that motherfucker.
You did that thing. You and Maine did that thing. I
Man,
really
salute
thought.
to Roz
I
for
really.
keeping y'all on track.
Yeah.
First of all, hold on, y'all. Hold on a second. Hold on, Lonnie. Pin your thought. Raz girl, because y'all say Raz girl is my beauty queen. That woman is absolutely gorgeous, beautiful. Maine got her in a white tank top with all this
Go
going
ahead.
on.
Talk to him, Foxy.
Hey,
I'm not mad at
yo.
that. I'm not like, whoa.
I thought I was like, whoa.
Can I be like that when I grow up?
Don DeMarco, Marco. I made Raz Girl become a model, nigga. Put some respect on my name, nigga. Huh?
You got the respect.
You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah.
Hard body, like really hard body. I was like,
Yeah.
I believe in Raz Girl. I saved her from a
Yeah.
treacherous person on the internet. I believe in Raz Girl. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Save her from what?
If I make it, Raz Girl make it. That's a fact.
Stay fresh.
For what?
Save her from what?
What?
Repeat that, sir. You saved her from what?
Y'all continue. Hold on. I gotta deal with some family issues. Hold on.
Go ahead. We hold it down. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Please hold it down for me.
A treacherous hood rat on the internet. She was once supporting a bum ass bitch, and I had to save her.
Why you laughing so hard, man? You know something?
True.
Got you.
True. I forgot about that.
Oh, damn, you know too, Pink?
Got you.
I wasn't laughing.
Nigga get on my nerve, bro.
I said, it's 10:30. I gotta deal with my family for a second. So I have a whole crew. I got 6 people on my panel.
Oh man.
So listen, I'm only beefing with Raz Girl because the question she gave me was so complicated. I really had to think. She was like, if you had a nose and ears, and if you could pick which one, I'm like, yo, this shit hot as a motherfucker. I'm like, hey, look, she asked, man, which superhero you wanted to be. I'm fake jealous. I said, I wanted to answer something like that.
Maybe
But no, everybody talk. I might have looked funny because I was coughing, but no, Maine was hilarious. I watched that shit like 3 times. When that nigga was hitting that joke like this, I was dying. Hey, look, one part Maine didn't pick up on, right? Oh, make this shit good. Man, one part Maine, he probably didn't pick up on, right? I said, man, don't get the milk. That nigga looked back and said, that guy didn't grab that joke.
got the milk.
I said, yo, that nigga crazy, young.
Yeah, that shit was. I'm mad that shit didn't do more numbers than it did though. That shit supposed to have 10,000 views.
It's coming. YouTube sometimes you gotta let it.
That shit was fucking classic, bro. Classic. You know what I mean?
That was the funniest thing.
I asked Liberty to do it with me initially. He was like, he already did it already. He ain't gonna do it again. So I said,
hell no, I don't want to do that shit, man.
I
do
was
that.
legit.
That's it. You gonna do it again, Lottie?
I'll do it again.
Man, the fuck? Are you serious?
I'll do it again.
How y'all
I feel like if I was standing up. Say it again.
Y'all ain't been having no problems. How y'all feeling today?
No.
I was the next morning. I was waiting for that next. I was waiting for the live video for Maine the Milkman from the bathroom. He didn't do it.
Put like this. I have an idea what labor pains feel like. Man, my asshole was burning in the toilet.
I'm sure.
I told you.
I was pretty.
All those babies don't come out our ass.
Lonnie, keep it real, Lonnie. What happened in the bathroom?
I was pretty good.
Lonnie?
I wasn't that
Maine said, did I catch the last tail of it? That Maine said he thinks he knows what a woman goes through now because his asshole was on fire?
Yes.
He did it.
We just ignored that part.
No. Welcome to the club, Maine. And then some.
The only side effect. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Father.
Picture your asshole being. Never mind. What do we? All right. Never mind. So hold on, gentlemen. Lonnie, hold on a second. Yeah. I know. That was. Never mind, Lonnie. Close your ears, Lonnie.
Picture it needing stitches.
Right. But really. So we got Maine's perspective as far as what the topic was originally with our beautiful Carrie Hilson, and as far as asking God to bring this black man. What is okay? So you guys are coming through. I don't know if you heard this earlier, but I'm gonna read Pink and Lady. We've been on this page a couple of times. Hold on, this is the main topic, but I got the men's perspective now, so I can. Curveball.
I mean, don't count me in. I'm just here. I'm spectating.
Oh goodness! All right, little fly.
You can ask me. I like answering questions. I like talking.
I know it. That's why I was like, we gotta get Lonnie Cabal up in here, brother Cabal. Please enlighten. Hold on. I'm gonna read you what she said. For those who don't know, fair use. Willie, I hope you was able to get back and subscribe because Willie was sent me. And he was like, look, they done.
Dominican.
Willie said, I think you said something that might have. All right, we shadow banning, but fair use, everybody, fair use. Let me hold on a second. I gotta dot my I's. So copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purpose such as criticism, comments, news, reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing.
All
Now
right.
then,
Look at you.
Yeah,
let's
she gonna show
that,
us. Yeah.
that much I do know.
Bag.
That much I do. Look at Larry with the little Beetlejuice guy. All right, that much I do know. So I had to dot my I's and cover and all that good stuff. Because trying to get. All right, so here we go. This is what Carrie said. Listen carefully, Lonnie and Larry.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who are coming in now in viewership land and YouTube screens, Carrie says, now she's a beautiful woman, as I've been saying before. I don't know if y'all could see her, but you know, she's a nice little caramel young woman. She has that Hawaiian Suki hair going on. Apparently, she has the good hair, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
She has a t-shirt that says, it's all black. It says, my soulmate is black.
Okay.
Hold on. So what she writes in her Twitter, did that even?
Twitter. I got you. Okay.
She tweeted on her twit. This is what she said now. She said, I want who God wants for me. Okay, and she's also, 1980, so she's like 38. All right, so she's might be a little older than me, but Lonnie, you can hang with the big dogs, so I'm not worried.
Yeah, she still can get hit. Listen.
All right, that's the consensus on the streets. She says, I want who God wants for me, but am I wrong for hoping my soulmate is a black man? ? I will repeat that. She says, I want who God wants for me, but am I wrong for hoping my soulmate is a black man ? She then says, he don't even have to be American. I've dated 3 non-American black men, but I want to love a black man or a man of color. She then tweets again, and if he's neither, he'd have to have a deep understanding and genuine support of my pro-blackness. Anybody?
Wait. What part of deep was he talking about?
Well, hold on a second. Murph Kenzo's in the building. Salute, sir. What did you say?
Salute, Murph. He was talking about, what'd you say, Larry?
Nah, I didn't say nothing. My bad. I shouldn't have. Go ahead, Foxy. My bad. Go ahead, Foxy. Go ahead, Foxy.
I missed no beats. Go ahead, Lonnie. The floor is yours.
She said a mouthful. No pun
She
intended.
did. Oh. Pause.
Nah, it's a female. No pause.
I know. Well.
Also, yeah.
Yeah, I don't pause either. Right. My man.
Go ahead, Lonnie.
I feel as though she was trying to shade American black men on the low, because it's my thing. You want a soulmate that's a black man, which is a beautiful thing, right? But she said, even if he's not American black. Okay, so why even bring that up? Now you.
But she.
Go ahead.
Wait, go ahead, Pink. Let Lonnie. This is why Lonnie's here. I love it, Lonnie.
I'm gonna say my piece.
Yeah, no. I need your piece. Go ahead. Pause. Jesus Christ. I need your perspective, Lonnie.
You can get neat. You can get whatever you want.
No. That shit ain't go over my head, my nigga. I heard that. I know you. I always knew you had a thing for Lonnie. That's a fact. But I'm gonna go back on mute.
You a funny nigga. But now, all serious on the topic. I feel as though if you really wanted a soulmate that's a black man, why put him in a bag as if, even if he's not African American? That's almost in the same family to me as dry snitching. Like, everybody here smoking. I ain't smoking. Ain't nobody asked you that, my nigga. It's 10 niggas in here. They ask me who's smoking. I ain't smoking.
I'm with this guy.
What I'm saying is, if you wanted a black man as your soulmate, don't try to say, even if he's not American black, just say you want a black man. Even if you want somebody Caribbean or something, don't put no label on it. We already separated. Caribbeans think they better than this person. Africans think they better than us. We beefing with them. We set tripping. It's like we a gang of Crips from different sets. The Hoovers don't fuck with the fucking 60s. The 60s don't fuck with the A-Trays, which is the African blacks over there, African black men over there don't fuck with the African Americans here. So you already separating us. Just say you want a black man. That's the verb. That's what I hear. It's like, when it comes to American black men, it's always got to be a niche. Yeah, I like black men, but I like a black man, but
tell him, Lonnie.
Why can't you just say you like black men? We know who you're talking about, but or are you just trying to get to a certain demographic? If you just like Caribbean men, just say it.
Now hold
Throw
on.
the shade. That's all
I
I'm
want to
saying.
be
Thank you, brother Lonnie. Go ahead, Larry.
Interesting.
okay. Look,
It
man.
is. It definitely.
In all fairness, I understand what Lonnie's saying, but also you have to understand, like, people are selling you. Some people out here that don't understand or don't pay attention, they're being sold a different narrative, so they buy into it, and they don't understand the camaraderie. You know what I mean? And like everything we go through, like as African American people and as Caribbean people, we all go through the same struggle. It's just we gotta differentiate. Just like you look at African people that don't like African American people. You understand me? It's weird when they're like, you're not African. It's like, dude, we all come, like, you gotta understand, the whole thing. But a lot of people just don't ever wanna I don't know. I think some people are just so set on their values, and you have to be careful how you portray that, because a lot of people don't understand that we're all the same. You know what I mean?
Right.
And there's disagreement between there, and a lot of people are just so passionate about it that therefore we end up yelling at each other, trying to take each other's necks off. Listen, man. For me, it's okay to agree to disagree. That's fine, man. Your opinion perhaps may not be my opinion, but just because my opinion is settled over here and your opinion is settled over there, that doesn't mean that we need to be enemies. Like, you believe in this and I believe in that. Okay, dude. Like, but some people take it too many steps too far, and therefore we end up having disagreements and going at each other. I can see a lot of people just doing shit straight out of jealousy. Bring jealousy into the fucking matter, And people just will hate how you get along with other people. They will do that. They're like, I don't like this motherfucker. I don't like how he get along with this motherfucker.
Yo, Liberty, we were just talking about that. Liberty, we were just talking about that today, right?
Just like 5-10 minutes ago.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Larry. I don't mean to pause your wisdom. And Lonnie, hold on a second. But this is why you guys are on, and I said this before, this is why you guys are on Foxy Moon's platform, because y'all are really spiritual, enlightened. Like, we all got some kind of connection. And when I do a general live reading for everybody, y'all receive it because we all are like in this same little pool of spirituality. Like, it may not all resonate, but we connect in some ways or another. Not Larry. Hold on, babe. Hold on. Not babe. Ooh, I want your wife getting all crazy now. Hold on, Larry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But we start talking. We give little names when we're very passionate. This is what we
You
are.
wouldn't be the only one.
We passionate people. But I don't need a main clipping that she called her babe.
No, it's okay.
All right. So me, what I'm saying is that main, for him to say that, and then you saying the same thing, and it's only been a couple, like 10 minutes time lapse between each other. It's like we so connected. You know what I mean? It's like we connected without really knowing each other. I don't know none of y'all behind the scenes like that. I don't hang out with you guys, and I don't know what you do behind the scenes as well. But what I'm saying is that this is why we're here on this platform, is because we all somehow y'all resonate with me and I resonate with you, and we get it popping.
That's why we all here.
And
that was an interesting perspective that Lonnie had. I didn't really look at it that way, that we already have so much separation amongst Black people. The Caribbeans over here, Africans over here, American born over here, and I even include, Spanish and Latino because they're people of color. I don't think that's really what her intention was, but Foxy and I were talking about it earlier, that sometimes wording, the wording is what will get people certain types of reactions to things. You know what I mean? So the wording could make Lonnie think of it as her separating the different types of Black men that she's saying that she would accept. But I don't honestly I think she was trying to be more inclusive than separating. She was just letting it be known. I mean, she was with Serge Ibaka, who was an African man. You know what I mean? So she obviously doesn't have a problem dating men of multi-raciness. So I think, like I said earlier, she has a vision of what her family will look like, or what she would like for her family to look like. And I think she didn't want to exclude the fact that she wanted a Black man, but that he didn't necessarily have to be American. But that was a very interesting point that Lonnie made.
Absolutely. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm sorry, Pink, but that just goes to show my point. She basically just saying, I want a Black man, just not a nigga from America. She don't want an American Black man.
No, I don't think she said she doesn't want an American, though.
You just said she dated Serge Ibaka. Listen to me. She dated Serge Ibaka.
But she also dated many American Black men, though.
American. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, she did date a lot. She messed around with quite a few American Black men.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think the biggest issue is that there was a lot of noise when you were trying to read the statement, and Lonnie did not hear the full statement.
No. Wait, Pink.
Yeah, I don't know nothing.
Hold on, guys. This is where I'm with accordance with Lonnie, because this is what I'm getting at. I understand what her statement is, but I'm really, Lonnie, you and I got the ESPN going on.
Yeah,
the ESP. That's what I'm getting. You throwing them under the bus, and they
like you speak
problem. If you so for the pro-Black and the Black man, why do you have to include that in your statement? Save that for Tinder. Save that for PFO or I Heart Cupid. Don't put that on the. You can't, because it's whatever, right?
Why not?
I'm not going to say don't, because it's freedom of speech, right? So she's using her liberty for freedom of speech. However, what it sounds like is that she's looking for a man, but you're using Twitter for that. Okay, all right, no doubt, no problem. But
looking for a man.
But I feel like you there's like some little slick side stuff on, and I'm taking it like, what are you saying? You can't. It's not a fur coat to be Black. You don't take it on when you feel like it. It's every day. When somebody says I'm B1 every day, that means you wake. First of all, you are a Black woman, man, Black, Hispanic, man, Afro-Caribbean first, right? That's how you wake up. I don't wake up and say, today I got blonde hair and blue eyes. Know what I mean? This is why it was rattling my feathers a little bit. And Pink, I get you, but this is why Brother Lonnie and I be like on this little, because this is the stuff that we talk about.
There's no way.
You can't.
So explain the last part of her comment then.
All right, let's revisit.
Let's
revisit it. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on a second, because I do understand what she's saying. I'm being objective. Perspective on it, but at the end of the day, I'm rooting for our men first, and
I think she was too, but she's being inclusive of all types of people, not even.
But then you don't have. Then it's like, why say that? Then that's like Lonnie said, you dry snitching. Why you?
Yeah, but then later in the statement, she said, even if it is not a Black man, she needs to be with someone who understands. Basically the Black plight. So she's open to all different types of men. She I just think the wording may have been poor, but I don't think that she was trying to separate. I think she was trying to be inclusive.
So okay, Ms. Brown, let me ask you this question. Okay, so in the beginning, she specifically said, even if they're not Black Americans, right? That was in the beginning, Black Americans.
No, wait, hold on, Lonnie. What she said was, God.
Okay, God.
God, please help me bring this Black man to me as a soulmate. All right, we got you. No doubt.
I love it.
As you should. But this is what she said, so we don't misconstrue her words, Brother Lonnie. This is what she said. I want who God wants for me, but am I wrong for hoping my soulmate is a Black man? Then she says, he don't even have to be American. I've dated 3 non-American Black men. But I want to love a Black man or a man of color. And if he's neither, he'd have to have a deep understanding and genuine support of my pro-Blackness.
So who's going to understand your pro-Blackness other than American Negro?
So she was Black?
But see, there you go separating, though.
Right.
You're separating right now.
Wait a minute. She was Black?
Why can't a Caribbean Black man understand?
Right.
Why not? I'm trying to tell you. Whoa, let me speak, man.
Okay, let's
there's a Caribbean Black man on the panel right now.
Go ahead.
Exactly.
Let's pop your collar, Larry.
Hold on. Was Lonnie saying something?
No, you good, brother. Go ahead.
Yo, I was asking you, was she Black?
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently
So
so.
you see, you can't. you can't blame her for trying to protect who she is and trying to be around where she comes from. You know what I mean? Like you just said yourself. What did she say she was looking for?
A black man.
From where? From
Anywhere. If it
beginning.
was any black
Right?
man, you would
But from
No,
the beginning,
even if
Well,
he's
she
not
said
black,
somebody who would
American
understand
first.
their culture.
She said American first, but if she doesn't, it could be a non-American black male. So he can be
I'm not mad at
Nigerian.
that.
He can be a Cuban.
she just says she
And
has
look at that
had
lady, man.
non-American
A lot of
black
people don't
relationships.
realize that Latin American people are very African descent. We hold, you know, I'm gonna tell you this right now. A lot of African American people don't like how much we represent our African heritage in our islands more than what they do here. And they get mad.
That's right, Larry.
Facts.
They get mad. And I never bring that up. I'm just like, all right, whatever.
well, I think
Because
I
it's
think,
not,
wait,
I don't
wait.
care, man. Like,
I
I
think
know where
majority
I come
of
from.
Americans are confused. We
Huh?
don't really know who we are. Again,
That's right, Lonnie.
No,
a lot of
Lonnie.
No,
This is
wait.
no shots. I'm not taking no
Go
shot.
ahead.
no shot.
Wait,
You just
hold
making
on.
conversation. You good?
Hold on, Lonnie. And Larry, let me interject with you. Just adding on to that, you're right, both of you. All right, because the Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean male, there's a different plight, but and then the Black American male is like the damn bottom of the totem pole. If that's the plight. So go ahead, Larry. Continue, please.
Yeah, you good, Larry?
And we're in a constant war. If you go to my country, in my country, in Dominican Republic, man, there's a constant war going against Haitians and Dominicans. We're the same, dude.
I agree.
You know what I mean? And like a lot of people don't understand that, but that shit is there.
Yeah.
The same way that there is Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. Some Puerto Ricans don't like Dominicans.
Yep.
That's
It's ignorant.
understandable.
That's a big thing.
Some
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans don't get along with Mexicans. Guatemalans don't get along with Mexicans. Venezuelans and Colombians, Argentinians, Chileans, Bolivianos. You know what I mean? Like there's always some stipulation according from where we come from, you know. But from the outside looking in, it always looks like we don't give a fuck. No, man. There's a lot of history behind that shit, you know. And I'm not a hater. I just know and I'm aware of what happened. Okay, I got Haitian friends. I got Haitian family. I don't participate in none of that. You know what I mean? I don't participate in none of that. Listen, people gonna have disagreements.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
First of all,
dude.
Larry, I'm proud of you, bro, because you really in your bag right now, my nigga. Like you really on some bro.
Don't
You
he be
talking
coming
shit
through?
right now?
Don't he be coming through?
Because Larry is actually pretty smart. I'm
I
very
already
impressed with
know.
Larry on the outside. I'm like, okay, so you just play silly on TV, but you're really not.
It's all entertainment. That's all it is.
Well, okay, and interject right there. That's what I was saying earlier with her being in the industry and entertainment. I don't doubt that that's not what she's feeling, but I also know that the industry is just entertainment. So
I know what you're saying.
you see,
I feel as though, again, this is not the. I love all my black people. I'm just again having a conversation about the statement she read and bringing it in depth into it. She might not admit anything what I'm saying, but I just feel like it's kind of a little shady, just a little shady. They said even if he's not a black American, like come on, man. Like, all right, just say you want a black man. You ain't got to say all of that.
I mean, at the end of the day, right?
So we totally discredit the second half of the statement, then, right? Because if you look at the statement in full total, I can't never say that word right, so I ain't gonna try. But if you look at the statement as a whole, she says that she has been in 3 relationships with non-American.
Damn,
men,
3?
right? 3.
Yes, 3
relationships that she's been in with non-American black men.
Non-American.
And she also mentioned at the end of the statement that if he's not a man of, that she would also like a man of color. So that means he could be Spanish, he could be Latino, he could be Dominican. So she's including a rainbow of people.
Yes.
So I didn't look at it. And like I said, you made a good point because I never would have even looked at it as shade but I can see how the interpretation,
Yeah.
because of the wording,
Mhm.
someone could say that. But I'm looking at the whole statement of her mentioning other races, and that she's even willing to work with the fact that if God brings a man into her life that is
Oh,
not
I-
African American, that he has the understanding of her pro-blackness. So
Okay.
I don't see how like it can be looked at that she's throwing shade to anyone when she's including and willing to be accepting of everyone.
So okay, I'm gonna just break down. So I'm gonna just break down. I
Wait,
got you, Larry.
let,
One second. One second,
Larry,
Larry.
let's
One
let Lonnie.
statement, short statement, y'all. Just
Go ahead.
don't put me in the rainbow category. It's a whole different thing.
Oh
Don't say
shit.
that.
Not at
Yeah.
all.
Here we go.
Two different things.
Nah, you good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lonnie. Let's and then the Pink, because Pink
Yeah.
is over there like
Yeah, because Pink is being patient. She gonna let niggas have it. So let me just go
What?
ahead and
release the beast.
let me just go ahead and get my little piece. So this is another thing. Again, you know, I'm just really dissecting the statement. So what I'm getting out of this that she's saying her last 3 men were non-African American. And she
No,
goes
that's
to
not
say-
what she said.
No,
Lonnie,
I don't know if
you
it was her
stuck
last
like
one.
I'm stuck. I'm
Wait
sorry.
a minute. She said her last 3 men were non-American, right?
she said she dated non-American black men in her past. I don't know if it was the last 3, but yes, she's had.
Right.
So
Let's
she's
quote her.
letting it be known that these men aren't African American, right?
She let it be known that I've dated 3 non-American black men.
So okay now.
You did, Foxy? Damn.
So
Oh, Lord.
so what I'm saying is, what I'm getting out of this conversation, her few relationships that she brought up were with non-American black men. What's saying is, I haven't really been back home dating American black men like that. I've been over there.
She didn't
So
say her
that's what I'm
last.
really
She didn't
into.
say
She
didn't
He's
say
not
that.
saying it, but you can read between the lines.
I mean, maybe that's just me. Maybe
No,
I'm
that's
just,
when people
Lonnie,
do
it's not
dangerous
you,
shit.
that's what I'm
People
getting.
do dangerous shit when they try to read between the lines instead of reading
Right.
what people say.
You have to go by exactly what she said.
That could have been her first 3 relationships as a teenager. You never know where
Right,
that falls in.
right.
You know what I mean?
so
But
she wants a black man, even if he's not American, but she brings up her past relationships with non-American black men.
to show that
To-
she's open.
Right.
To show that
Okay.
she's open.
Respect.
I think she had like a little fling with Trey Songz. She had a little fling with what's that other dude? It was another football player. So she's been with American men. So that's why I was saying, like, I don't necessarily feel like she was trying to shade them. She was just saying that I feel like she was saying, like, at the end of the day, I had my time out here. You know, I dated men that were not black, that were not American, that were, you know, they could have been white, they could have been Asian, they could have been whatever. She's an industry girl. So I'm sure she's exposed to all types of people. But at the end of the day, I took it like she was saying home for her is with a black man, whether he's black American, black Latino, black Spanish, black African. She wants a black man. She wants that strong, that cultural connection. That's what I took from it.
Yep.
Okay.
But again, Lonnie, like I said, you read it differently. Being a black man, you know, you guys have a way of seeing things a little differently.
Yeah, because
So I would have never even thought it that way, but I can see how you saw that.
Well, damn it, Lady Fresh, I must be a black man because I read it. As,
you gotta
as Lonnie reading
understand everything. We
I didn't
always
hear you say anything like that earlier, though.
listen.
No,
Listen,
because I needed that male perspective and the female perspective. That's where I was driving at. But I wanted to be objective about it and get ladies, you guys, feedback on it. But that's how I'm feeling. Like Lonnie's saying how I'm feeling.
I'm gonna tell you what that type of thought comes from as an American black man.
Word. You can't add to it. You can't subtract to it.
Let's go.
Yeah, you have to look at every single piece of the comment slowly. You can't add to it. You can't assume. You can't take away from it. You can only go by exactly what she said. And if you do that, you can't say all the things that everybody is saying because that's not what she said. And if and the very last thing she said, was, even if he's not of color, he has to acknowledge or recognize or honor how I feel about my pro-blackness. He has to understand that, which goes right back to no matter what, I'm black, and whoever's going to be around me is either going to be black or they're going to accept that I'm very black. No
That's
matter
so
what,
inclusive to me.
I'm black.
Salute. All I want to know
Agree to
is,
disagree.
all I want to know. Listen, salute to you, Pink Sugar. She mad. Hey, I just
I'm
want to
not
know.
mad.
She's not mad. She's trying to knock some sense into to some of us who are reading between the lines, like me.
Oh no, I guess
Yo,
it's
can I finish my
I
statement?
get what you're saying because
me being a black man in America, since I came out the womb, they've been playing mind games with us.
Yeah,
Underlying
I get that.
insults, underlying, you know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? Like a white
Right.
man. I like black guys, but I only like the hood
So
ones.
you have triggers,
Check this out.
and
No, it's not
that's
so
out,
much
Lonnie.
triggers, but we just read stuff different. We've been
Check
no,
this out,
those
Lonnie.
are triggers.
Lonnie.
Certain
No,
words
you're
are
Everything.
triggers.
Lonnie, let
And
me
so
ask.
So when you say non-black men, non-American, you ain't say
that's not
non-nobody
what you
else.
Let me
said.
ask.
Even if he ain't
Let me ask.
non-Nigerian. You ain't say
Lonnie, let me add
even if he's
insult to injury.
non-Nigerian, even if he's
She
non-Jamaican,
didn't say
you ain't say that.
non-black.
Let me add insult to injury right now.
Go ahead,
Every
Larry.
time we get pulled over, they say there's two black males in the car. They never say, "Oh, there's an African American and a Dominican guy in the car." No.
Right, it's black. That's it.
Every
So why she
time
didn't
I
just
get
say that?
treated,
Yeah.
yo, and I'm
That
telling
wasn't
you,
the
I
point.
always have to
Oh,
explain this
okay,
to people.
okay.
I'm like, dude, I'm one of us, and I'm from a different country, but I'm one of us. And they're like, no, you ain't. I'm like, fuck.
No, you're definitely black. No, Larry,
I
you're
already
definitely black.
know.
You're definitely a
As soon as somebody tells me that, I already know, dude. I'm
But
like
not
this.
everyone sees it that way.
Right.
I know,
Everyone
Like I
sees it
said,
that
Lonnie,
Larry, hold
I
on a
understand
second.
what you're saying. I do.
but
I
I'm not a
understand what
hater.
you're saying,
No,
especially
wait a
as
minute.
a
What's that
as
say?
her
I am a hater. I'm just not a player hater. Hold this L.
with her being, an artist and being on the platform that she's on. Like we have to be very accountable with, what we say and how we present ourselves or whatever. So, I get it. I just don't think that that's where she was coming from. But, I totally understand what you mean as far as like, we do that often. All of us are guilty of,
Yeah.
separating ourselves. Like you said, African American men
I'm
over
guilty
here,
too.
and Jamaican over here.
Yes.
And
Right.
like, we really should be inclusive, like in our speech. And maybe her choice of words, she did not do that clearly. But I honestly, her being the person that she has always been, or the representative that we see, I just don't see her intention being that.
No.
I can respect that. Again, I was just from a different perspective. You know
Nah,
what I'm
I
saying?
get it though. I get it.
Y'all
Because
make it, especially both you and Pink make a lot of sense. It's just how I'm seeing it. Doesn't mean it's right. That's how I see it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not angry at her. I don't think she disrespected. If anything, she brave enough to say, I want a black man.
that's
in
what
front
I
of
said.
everybody, 'cause
I
they not-
I said the
Very
same
clear.
thing.
yeah, I salute that. It's just
Right.
I personally didn't like, even if he's not, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, don't do, but okay. You know what I'm saying? I know what you meant. I know where your
Yeah.
heart.
Because she
You want a
needed to
black man.
include everybody. And
That's what I said.
she
She said she want a
she
white
felt the
man.
need to include everybody.
They would have been dragging her if she said she
Yeah.
wanted a
Yep.
white man. So
But
Yep.
guess what? I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna play devil's advocate right quick. Now don't beat
They
me
would
up,
have said
y'all.
she's racist.
Don't beat me up. Y'all will play real devil's advocate. Now, do you
nah,
think because she could say, even if he's not African American, for African American men, we don't really hold no power. We trying. Now, if she would have tried something like, even if he's not Yoruba, even if he's not Liberian, even if the Liberian would be like, what do you mean? What about us? What do you mean that? What do you mean not one of us? But see, you can come at African and heterosexual men because we really don't got no power. We really we the punching bags for real.
I
Niggas in the
think that when you
project.
say
I'm
black
just saying.
man,
I'm
when
just
you say
saying.
black man, the first thing you think of is an African American man. When you say black, what do you think of? You don't think of
Personally,
an
me,
African.
I think of people here.
Right.
That's you, but you're in a minority with that thought, right? When you hear black, most people will think African American, not Jamaican, not African, not.
Okay.
So when she
Got a
said,
point.
I want a black man, I think she
Right.
started to try to include so that people don't think she just means American. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Okay, I see what you're saying with that one.
It
I
should
see
be
that. I
inclusive.
see that.
It should be inclusive because at the end of the day, we all black. But that's what I was saying. I don't know if you heard earlier when we were talking, when I was talking about, her, I felt like she was saying, come on, black man, come get your queen, come through, black man. Whereas like Serena Williams dated many black men who failed her. The relationship
Nah, I
failed.
can't let. Nah, I
No,
love you, Miss
listen,
Brown.
Let her finish.
listen.
Let her finish.
Listen. Those relationships failed for whatever reason, whether it's her fault, their fault, or whatever. But she ended up with a white man, right? She ended up with a white man at the end of the day. What Carrie Hilson is saying, I've dated all these different kind of men, but I want my black man to come through.
Okay, Miss Fresh Brown, if I may rebuttal just objectively, okay? Why is it so? Why is that a big deal?
It's not a big deal to me.
No, but it sounds like it is. Listen,
No.
I'm not attacking you. No. Listen. Because I heard this from a lot of people. I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you. Okay, don't think that I'm over here attacking you.
Going down this road.
Let's talk about this. Hold on. Let's talk about this.
Yeah, because he's not.
Why is it a big deal
that she's with a white man? That's not what the conversation's about, Larry.
Boy, no.
Sounds like it is.
A white man. I'm all about love.
She was just an
And whoever
example.
you love, you be with.
Yeah,
The reason
Well,
why
I agree. Well, I trust you. So
the reason I brought her up, I was just saying that Serena has been linked to many prominent black men, and she ended up marrying a white man, which is fine. I don't care. Whoever loves you, love them back. What I was saying was like Carrie Hilson on the other end of the spectrum has been linked to many prominent black men as well, but she's saying, "Come through for me, black man." That's what I took from her statement. I wasn't saying that there's anything wrong.
I can't deny that.
Hold on, Larry. Hold on. I love the way that Lady Fresh says that. Come through, black man.
Yeah.
That's where I get. See, and I'm not here I'm just picking apart what she's saying, but I do understand what she's saying.
Yeah. She wants a black man.
Lady Fresh is saying exactly what it is, because she's saying on her shirt soulmate and he be black. But she's saying soulmate, and that's what it is. What you just said is an essence. Come through. I feel an essence. Come through, black man. Come through. Like, it's an essence.
That's what she wants. Like, and I think we all have grown up with some idea of what we wanted, right? And maybe what we end up with in life might be something completely different. I always had looking for dark-skinned men growing up. I said my man was gonna be as black as they come. Fresh is as light as they can be. You know, so sometimes you may not get what you want, but she's an industry girl who's been around the block a few times, had a lot of relationships or whatever, and she knows at the end of the day, she's not gonna discriminate. She want a black man. Well, she might discriminate a little bit, but she want a black man.
The fact that you call him Fresh, you said Fresh.
Now hold on.
Fresh Breezy. Salute to Fresh Breezy.
Oh yeah, salute to Mr. Brown. So Miss Lady Fresh, I got a question. Now, would that be a certain type of colorism? Wanting a dark-skinned man?
Well, I mean,
so if a man said I wanted all light-skinned women, I only like light-skinned women, that's not a problem.
That's a preference.
It's a problem for.
It would be a problem.
It would be a problem,
especially
right?
if you say it out loud. It would be a problem.
It'd be a big problem.
And I don't give a damn what somebody else got to think with what I like. But everybody grows up with something that they like or something they're attracted to. And
that's a preference.
About it being your preference. You're drawn to what you're drawn to. And like we talked about this the other day, how a lot of times, you know, except for those relationships that start with a deep friendship or whatever.
Yeah,
first,
like me. Like,
a lot of times it's the physical that you're drawn to. So sometimes you might be captivated by a dark-skinned sister, X, Y, and Z.
Nah,
and
I love Puerto Rican women.
Captivated by something. So I don't think it's wrong that you like what you like.
There you go, Larry.
That's not a problem.
There you go. Sorry.
I mean, listen. Like,
I'm saying there you go, Larry. Like, I mean, Lady Fresh is right, and we were talking about earlier
She is
about.
right.
Hold on, we were talking about how especially in Pink knows this, Lady Fresh knows this. Fresh Brown, Brother Fresh Brown, y'all know in Manhattan and Harlem and the Bronx growing up, it's just really Puerto Ricans and blacks. It wasn't until like the late 2000s Dominicans came through, the Africans came through.
Italian women.
That's good.
Why you gonna be all Italian? Because now I'm gonna be like the European. you know what it is also, Lady Fresh. I don't know Carrie like that. I heard one song back in the days. This is what I'm saying. So to me, she's like, I don't know her dating life like that. So y'all are enlightening me to what she's doing. That's why it's giving me more of a like, oh, okay, because now I understand what she's saying. But you know, off the bat, I'm like, it was a trigger for me. Like, what are you saying?
Nobody. She only got Fresh, and that's it.
So, Lonnie,
you talk about Pink. Pink dating everybody. Pink, who you dating today?
Listen. That's not it. That's not it.
That's not true. Hey, yo.
As your spiritual advisor, Pink.
I fuck with Pink Sugar. Yo, chill out, man.
I know. But
I'll be messing with her.
It's almost a colorism. It's almost a preference. As Phoenix said earlier, you know, sometimes it's also where you jurisdiction, like where you're living at. It's like that's pretty much what you have to go with. It's not until you get older where you're like, oh, you know, I don't know if it's like some of us may have that, you know, where it's like, oh, you know, let me go try this European woman or this European man. And,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like it's a little fling thing, but she's saying, as Lady Fresh said, is come through first and foremost, come through black man, because that's what I'm saying. I get what she's saying. I just got a little triggered by certain things.
God,
please bring me this black man. Because I'm like Lonnie in that sense where
I love that she talked about her husband. She said fresh.
Right? That's so dope. I love that.
Because that's what he's known as on these YouTube streets.
Ooh,
he said, you know, fresh don't get down like that or some shit. I was like,
oh yeah.
She just love her husband. That's what it is. Bottom line. You give respect where respect is due.
Come through, black man. Come through.
I wanted to say something to Lonnie.
Go ahead, Pink. Go ahead, because Pink is itching. She's shaking around. Let's go.
Y'all better shut the hell up.
Sugar, you at home? Are you hey yo, Pink Widow? Is it time you need to look out that window?
I am not at home.
Oh, so you safe? I see.
This nigga.
That window. Ow.
Okay, Pink. So I'm listening.
I wanted to say to you that colorism has stigmas attached to them. A preference doesn't. For me, if I like dark-skinned men, it's not because I'm looking at light-skinned men saying, ew, they're ugly, they're self-centered, they're conceited.
Wait,
they're conceited. That's the difference between colorism and having a preference.
Okay. Because I find it, because I'm 27, so I'm in the millennial era. So I look on these memes and these skits and all of this stuff, and these Twitters, and they always got these light skinned nigga jokes and black dark skinned nigga jokes, like he the gangster, he the softy. And I once heard Kodak Black say, "I only like light skinned women," and the sisters dragged them.
I remember.
Right. I'm like, these are the same women that said they want a dark skinned nigga. So what are we talking about?
Okay, let's stay there for a minute. Let's stay there for a minute. Hold on. Can we stay there for a minute? Why did he say that?
Right, that's what I just said. That's the question. Why? Because then that determines whether or not it's a preference or it's colorism.
If it's a preference, it shouldn't be stated, in my opinion.
Wait a minute. I propose a different argument.
Right.
So okay, all right. Respect. You got it. You gangster.
I don't mind. I don't have a problem saying.
Women have that. Women have that right. They got the freedom to say.
No, everybody has that right.
No,
just because you prefer something doesn't mean that you dislike or are disgusted by it.
It sounds easy, ladies, but it's not that easy for men.
You're right, Lonnie.
Okay, but listen what Lonnie's saying. He's not wrong.
I don't disagree, and I see
but also.
That's what.
Say something.
Hold on, Larry. Hold on a second. That's what I'm trying to like. I root for the underdog. So what I'm saying is, the Black American male, the quote unquote Black American male, is the underdog. Now, just as he made that example, Kodak saying, now is Kodak even? He's from Brooklyn, right? Or is he
no, he's from Florida. He's from the bottom of Florida.
Well, he is in the same.
He's Haitian. He looks Haitian.
I think he is Haitian. I think he is Haitian.
Yeah, he look
it. He is Haitian descent.
And that,
Well, he's from here.
even
He's from
that
here,
is
though.
like, oh, you basing it off of. Nah, you could tell the features. You could tell. I could tell he's got that.
Yeah.
Oh, Pink, we going back to the Haitians again. All right.
Yeah.
Never
But
mind.
it's just the fact that women have the privilege of speaking their mind and being freely without criticism. Men,
Yeah.
That's not
especially black
true.
men, we don't have that. American
I'll
black
say
men
not
definitely
true.
don't have
that's
that.
criticism.
Anytime
I'll
we
say
say
without.
anything,
You sitting here talking about Carrie for 4 hours, criticizing her.
no, I was curious about what she was saying, not who she is. The
Right.
statement, not her.
We're talking about her statement. It
Yeah,
goes
we ain't
into,
criticizing her.
that's what, we're all on agreements that if that's what she's looking for, that's what she wants, that's what she's looking for. We're
Yeah,
just
she's
saying
entitled.
what my trigger words again, as I was mentioning earlier, is in God we trust. Bringing me this black man.
In God we trust.
She didn't say that. I'm
Did she say,
Remixing.
I'm remixing it because that's the spiritual alchemist. That's what alchemists do. They put a little bit of this, a little bit of that. If you know what alchemists, they spin it, right? But
Oh yeah, I got a slide. I'm being a chat, y'all. I apologize.
all right, Lonnie, it was great having your perspective. Thank you. That's what we needed.
Absolutely.
Lonnie,
Always. I'll be in
salute,
the chat.
man.
Salute.
I'll be live later, man. Tune up.
I'll be in the building.
All right, man.
And so that's why I said I could. It almost is Pink, because you got to understand. This goes back to our earlier conversation as far as the feminist movement and what really is the feminist movement. And hold on, Larry, and who is?
Wait, no. I'm just gonna get out of here. So you
All
ladies
right,
can
then, brother
talk.
Larry. Thank you so much for dropping through, giving us your
No,
perspective.
absolutely. I'm just gonna go back to the chat. I'll be in there. I
Thanks
just
for the Dominican perspective.
let the lady, yeah, the lady perspective. That's right. Salute to you, man. Have a good night, man. I'll be in there. I'm gonna go live later.
Appreciate you, Larry.
bye, Larry.
So yes, that's what I'm saying. Like we've gotten to the point where women we have a voice to speak on. So it's like we could say anything and it's not really flack. Cardi B was talking about, as I said earlier, she didn't say I drugged the Dominican. She said, well, like I drugged the black man, and then we robbed him. And if
I didn't hear that.
hold on, Pink. She said this in her YouTube
A black
last year.
man?
Yeah,
And they drug her ass. Women they can't just.
but
say
she didn't
anything.
get dragged as much, and the men didn't really speak on it because and I don't know, but I know the women were talking about it, and they were like, "Wait, hold up."
Well,
I
women are more opinionated, so
Yeah, well, and that's why, again, this is why Carrie said what she said, right? Because it's like certain things we could say and we can get away with it almost because it's the women, and it's like we've become kind of untouchable in certain aspects. And what Lonnie's saying is where I get it. It's like if you say certain things, they getting dragged. It's like it's almost like if a black man said, but I've dated white women or I've dated non-black Americans, like we would be going nuts over this. We would be trending it. I don't know. This is the only trend that I saw coming from somebody else's page, and I haven't seen it in anybody else's page. So that's why I'm like, it's not a big thing.
Like that.
Go ahead, Lady Fresh. Go
I
ahead.
said I just don't feel like many people are analyzing it like that.
Mm-mm. No.
And it could be for the reason that you say that, she's a woman and she's getting away with, being able to say whatever. But I don't know. I just feel like we live in a day and an age now where everybody got a freaking opinion about everything. So, it's all the social media and everything. Yeah. So nobody can say anything without somebody having something to say. And we live in a day of time of the cancel culture, right? So it doesn't take, it does, to me, I feel like it's so much worse now for people.
Yes.
Any little thing, not even mean, like, it's just the way you read it. Just like Maine, read my chats in the wrong tone. It wasn't until I got up here and explained what it was I was trying to say that he understood it. And I think that happens a million times a day across all these platforms. Yeah. And that's why it's so important for all of these people that have these platforms, i.e. Artists, celebrities, sports people. They have to have that person in there that clears that tweet before they send it, or clears that interview question before it's asked, and all of that kind of stuff, because you say one thing.
Yeah, and then you gotta apologize for some
and
shit
then you
that you
gotta
didn't really
apologize,
say.
right, for not even meaning the way people took it. So
Mhm.
like I just feel like all of us, especially Black people overall, like we have to walk on eggshells. White people too, but say something that offends the Black person and let a Black person come to that white person's defense. Oh, they fool. So I just think we live in a real messed up society right now with social media and being able to tweet and retweet and, you know, pull apart, and like, just, you never really know what a person is trying to say. And then when they defend themselves, people already have an opinion. So it's just kind of like, it is what it is. But Lonnie made such an excellent point. Like I never even looked at it the way that he explained it. And I totally understood where he was coming from, because we are guilty of that as Black people, just separating ourselves from one another so often. So as a Black woman saying that about Black men, Black American men, I can see how he could take offense and feel that way. So yeah.
Thank you, Lady Fresh. Pink, what say you? Because I think now we, like, as she said, we've been 4 hours talking about this Gary Elfman. I just wanted to talk about, you know, referencing the title is Real Love, Black Love, Soul Love. You know, how does this all resonate? I have a book that, you know, a astrology book that says Black Love Signs, because growing up, it was only one woman, and she was a Caucasian woman, and her name was Linda Goodman, that had the love signs. And that's how I grew up understanding the zodiac, right? But now we have this woman who is one of us, Thelma Balfour, all right, and she's talking about Black love. Lady Fresh brings it so eloquently, says, come through, Black man. I feel like there's like this spring air when you say that. Like, it's just like, whoosh, come through, Black man. Like, she's wearing this white gown and she's on like, you just made it so, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, my mind is very, sometimes it goes so far-fetched.
Is the interpretation something?
It is, and this is her with Carrie Hilson. That was my interpretation. I was like, oh, I got it first. First I read it all the way y'all saw it, and then I was sitting there like, now what in the world? Let me hold this little egg and bring it to y'all. And I couldn't wait till Wednesday. I had to bring it out today because I was like, this was like ruffling my, like, I was like, feathers was getting ruffled, and I was like, not, it was like I needed to talk about it. So one, I can get a better understanding, and two, I understand where she's coming from, but we need the collective to bring it all together, because one person's perspective is almost dangerous, because then it's always just going to be I, when the collective has, and then we all come to agree to disagree. This is how we vote. Damn it, this is how democracy and the parties are. I vote you in, I vote you out. It's always been that way. So that's why I appreciate everybody that came through. I appreciate the chat to bring this perspective, and it's not just me bashing, because I saw this as something. I saw it how y'all saw it initially, but I also see it how. But anyway, go ahead, Pink. Eating the chips. What you eating over there, Pink?
She getting down.
Cheese.
Phoenix made me a cheese platter.
Yeah, it looked like cheese. I was like, should I go get a mozzarella stick?
Yep. I was over here hungry.
I've been on here 4 hours with this, so yeah.
Yeah, I thought I'd be home by now.
Dinner time. We came in through the rush hour and stormed right through it till midnight.
I settled the whole estate. Oh, the time you guys were talking.
Yeah, she did all her work. And then put together food. And she got to see Larry Beach, which she's Larry Beach's biggest fan.
Okay.
Look, she over here.
Did y'all see Larry Beach had cornrows? I was like, oh, give me Larry Beach.
Wait, have you seen him in the dreads?
No, but I saw his little afro puffing, and he was talking about my hair. I was like, wait a minute now, your hair is looking real good right now. You got the full-on afro. Now he got it braided up. Look, I don't want to get him all crazy, because they think me and Larry got this affinity for each other, and I'm just like, relax. But remember Larry was like professing stuff on. main thing was like easy because you don't want them to think other things, and it's all good.
Yeah, he don't want to get beat up when he calms down.
Basically. But it's awesome that we have, I mean, because even Fresh Breezy, he came up with some other name one time, and I was like, well, who the heck is this?
Yeah,
He's like, it's still me, it's still Fresh Brown. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, he did change the name.
I love the dynamics that we have, wife and husband coming through. This is just great, guys. Like I can't stop bigging y'all up because you make what Foxy Moon is. You guys bring in your energy. You know, we don't always talk like this on our weekly basis. It's usually just me doing the cards, and I'm not one dimensional. I do have maybe I'm too much out there, and I need to reel it back in sometimes, because sometimes it'd be like, yo, what? And then I'm like, but am I bugging? Then I gotta have conversations with myself, like, was you wrong for that? No, you actually, I really be having those split personality conversations. I'm like, damn, but you know what? Because who am I going to talk to? I mean, I'm talking to God. God and spirit. That's who I'm talking to. I'm not crazy. They around me. Don't think people who schizophrenic, that they probably talking to their angels. They're not really crazy, but that's another story.
Yeah.
Spiritually speaking, now, yes, there could be some chemical imbalance, but you know, I deal with metaphysical people, so we always outside of what Carrie's saying is, God, please bring me my soulmate. That's where we're at. We on the metaphysical. So on that outside, you know, we're looking in like, what? Shit be getting real deep sometimes. That sometimes you gotta. It's really so much that you gotta turn your brain off and dumb it down to watch something or think about something else, because my mind be so all over. I'm simultaneously doing things sometimes at like 4 different, and Yellow Jesus, and I talked about this. I could be watching, taking notes, texting. I'm doing all kinds of stuff, and that could be a woman's thing too. But
my mind works like that too. I do.
Oh my God! And
I could be doing that in my sleep.
It's sane, right?
Yeah.
I think that's like sane for us, but you know, Lotus says the air and the energy, we overthink things and read things. So yeah, and I think that's a woman's thing too. Sometimes we just kind of read more into stuff. This is what goes back to, as Jen was asking, what is the high priestess earlier? And that's what it is. It's the high priest. It would be the pharaoh or the king going to the high priestess or the high priest to getting this almost confirmation of what should I do next? Should we go to war? Are we plotting today? Are we, you know, harvesting tomorrow? It's kind of that kind of consensus, you know, with the energy and you know what we bring to the table and metaphysics and all that stuff. So I was reading Carrie's thing on a metaphysical, because again, when the first things that she was saying was, you know, God, and I was like, oh, that's a trigger word for me, and because there's so many things that I, you know, it's along those lines. You're saying soulmate, and I'm just like, on a metaphysical level, I'm like, what you saying? Because you're saying 3 things here. So I wanted to I'm trying to like get it all in perspective. And when you're like a person who's all over the place in the mind, it's kind of hard. You got to reel it back in sometimes, and that's why I needed you guys here for that perspective, because I need to reel it
one
back
of those phrases that people just use. One of those church phrases.
Oh yeah, and that's the trigger for me, because it's like
she probably didn't mean it at all, but you know, that's just one of those things that you're supposed to say.
Yeah. It's on our dollar bill. In God we trust. So you know, that's what it is. And then when you start really be like, but I am God. What are you talking about? I'm God in flesh. You know, it gets all deeper than that. That's where I go to that next level. And sometimes, like, my own family, like,
that deep, you know. I can't say she's not, but she might not be that deep.
And that's what I was saying, Pink. Again, this is why it was triggering me, because I was like, is she really that deep? Because I follow people that are really deep, and it's like, I've never seen her come out this way. But again, we're coming in an awakening. We're in the age of Aquarian. That's what I'm saying. There's people's scales coming off. The people who you didn't think was about that life are now coming into that life. So I'm not trying to say she might not be, but she could be coming
Hey,
into it.
never
But
know. She might be on her own spiritual journey. Right
exactly,
now. We don't know.
exactly, Lady Fresh. And I'm not
Yeah.
gonna knock that. I'm not gonna dispute that if that's
Yeah,
what it
we
is.
never know. We never know. This is it's the thing.
Yeah.
And it's weird how it comes out. You know what I'm saying? Like I told y'all, the way my coming and my awakening. I mean, it's always been there, but there's triggers, there's traumas, as Lotus said, when you gotta face yourself and deal with these things.
Yeah.
Those certain detrimental triggers. Okay, I'm gonna go back into schizophrenia. Sometimes it may be their angels, but remember, if usually schizophrenic people or people who have that type of trauma is because something really bad happened to them in their childhood. So they escape what happened or go into this alter person. And that's kind of like with certain things that happen that trigger us to go the other spectrum of things. So
Yeah.
why Carrie went there, because she was in the industry at a young age. And that's what I'm saying. We all know that type of area, they buck break you, men and women. They do very nefarious things to the young people, because we've had people come out and say, yo, they did this, that, and the third. And so, she was exposed to that. So that, that it could be a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but for me, I don't have enough information to determine exactly what she meant by that, because I don't know the full conversation. So I can only go by. So I can only go by, but the thing is what triggered those comments.
Right. It came from somewhere.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And so because I don't know where it came from, what triggered those comments, I really can't go any further than that.
True.
Yeah. Something made her wake up that morning and tweet that.
Yeah.
The right one pissed her off, and she was like, "Oh yeah, boop, 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 boop. Come through, black man. I'm waiting right here with my white dress on the beach."
Or it could have been a song that you she
I've been crying all weekend with
thinking.
songs triggering like. Oh.
No, it could have just made. I know for me, I can have one thought and then be 5 thoughts down the street on something totally different that had nothing to do with the first thought.
Wouldn't that be crazy if we woke up tomorrow, there was a new Carrie Hilson song out and those were just the lyrics to it?
Ooh.
Lady Fresh now.
People post their lyrics like a statement all the time.
Hell yeah.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but that would be crazy.
Right. Like, couldn't this be? Wouldn't it? I mean, yeah, maybe she's dropping a link to a verse. Who knows?
Right. Yeah. I haven't heard anything from Carrie Hilson in quite a while.
The
fact that she was having a baby last year, so she could be trying to stir up some stuff. Maybe something's coming up. Maybe she got something new working.
Right. She could have put it out there just to trigger people.
Yeah, you never know. You never know. It's crazy.
That's like what I'm saying.
It's the day that we live in. You just don't know. Yeah. Like she could have really felt that way. Like woke up that morning with an epiphany. Like, man, I love Black love, and that's what I want. But it could be she could be trolling the whole America. Like, you never know.
Okay, but that's why I had mentioned earlier about Mary J. Blige's documentary on Amazon. I'm not gonna give spoiler alerts because Pink said she's
to watch it. That's like my auntie.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yes.
And so Mary's been very transparent, whereas, like I said, Carrie Hilson. Honestly, I can't recall her songs. I know her face. I've seen her, back in the days, but she's been very under the radar. So that's another reason, like you just said, lady. Like we haven't heard from her in a while. So for her to come out and say this, it's like. Whoa!
Yeah, she was always a writer. She's like the genius behind a lot of people that you like. She's their writer. Like, so she's super talented. Like big time. She's written a lot of the hits that you play every day.
Mm-hmm. So she's like the behind the scene. Okay, so she's behind the scene.
She ended up coming out with a couple of songs. She did one with Kanye.
Yeah, that's the one I know. I like that one. I don't remember the name of it, but that's the one. That's the only one I know.
Yeah, and then she did "Pretty Girl Rock," where they basically turned that into kind of like an anthem.
I
Mm,
love that song.
Yeah,
I love
it's a dope song. She's dope. Like I've
okay.
never really seen anything negative about her. I know there was some
Me neither. Me
tension
neither.
back, whether or not she wrote for Beyonce or not, and all kind of stuff. But
Mm.
she's written for some heavy hitters. So
Yeah, I'm not taking anything away from her. I do, and I didn't even know that she was doing all that writing like that. There's something you learn something new every day.
it's always like that. The writers never really get the credit. You know what I mean? It's always the face. And that's what the industry is about. But every now and again, some of the writers, like you look at Kanye. Kanye was behind the scenes, and then he decided to step in front of the camera. So a lot of people do that, and she was one of those people. Just like Beyonce's sister Solange, she did the same thing. She was a great writer. She wrote half a Destiny Child album. She finally, decided to have her own solo career. So a lot of people are doing it.
Yeah, I like the last album that she came out with.
What? That is a straight vibe album. People can't get with it because they don't understand. But that's a vibe right there.
Her thought process is outside of the box too.
That album, I bumped that.
That Stay Flow? Oh my.
Yes.
The whole album, the video, the visual, because it came, I think, as a visual album on YouTube.
Yes, it did.
So I'm like, where are the songs at? Where are the songs at? But it was really just a visual album, and the visual album was orgasmic. I was like, when she had the black cowboys riding around Texas. I think it's Almeida.
Yeah.
Man, that song is dope.
It was a really good album,
and nobody really bumped her like that. But
nah, because they're not on that wavelength. That's like I said, that's a vibing album. Like you a smoker, you sit back and you told you one to that. I'm not a smoker, but
right. No, definitely.
That's a smoker's album, boy.
And that's what she was doing. She got one of the videos where she was Stay Flow or Stay Fly, something like that.
That album is so good. Yeah,
smoking.
She's seriously underrated.
And she's a Cancer, so shout out to her for her birthday coming up.
Yeah, it's a lot of artists like that. They write for years, and I think sometimes they want to know what that limelight is like, but
I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened with Kanye. I think he wanted to get that too because Kanye is dope.
I'm hoping that he go back to making good music now that he,
Yeah. And it's like, well, you predicted that Kanye she gonna leave you for what? The white woman? Oh, Kanye. We want old Kanye back. Let's bring him back. Let's bring him black. Let's bring him black because I loved Kanye's early music. Sometimes it could be just her. Now I have my own, things with them because
I have my own theories about them too.
Yeah, they witches of Eastwick, and
they are not good for the black man. I don't care what nobody.
Yeah. So this is what we're saying. So if Carrie's saying please, maybe her and Kanye need to get together. Huh. Well, that's wishful thinking, but maybe he'd get that. I don't know. The industry is a weird place. I'm not in it. I've never been in it. So we only could see what they show us, but we hear that it's so crazy and so weird. It's a real league that's not, we can't comprehend it unless we're in it like that. And this is what you do. So I don't really subscribe to that type of lifestyle, but it is what it is. So any last final thought words to leave us with, because it will be 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and I don't want to keep y'all home. What you said then, Pink?
I need to get home.
For real.
Thanks for letting me chat with you ladies.
Yes, I had a great time.
Interesting topic. It was great to have Lonnie's input and whatever the hell Larry was talking about. I love Larry.
Lonnie and Larry and Maine. Oh, can't forget that Maine the milkman.
And Lotus.
Oh, and my Lotus bomb. And she was really in the bushes. Like she was doing a Larry move. Like, what you talking about?
I love it.
Thank you, ladies.
All right. Well, you have a good night.
You too, my dear. Oh, sweet
See
dreams.
ya.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, guys. Pink, you know what's up. We chat on the flip side, if anything.
All right.
Peace. So, guys, that was a great segment. I appreciate the women's perspectives because we're women. Damn it, we're queens. We can do this. We can say this shit, as Lonnie says. Y'all can say stuff. We can't. But to have that dialogue between masculine and feminine energy, as I talk about in my readings, I appreciate that. Again, I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Too many to name, but I'll try to name those heavy hitters. First of all, my moderators, Lotus and Willie. Big Willie always holds it down for me. And I know that he's been behind the scenes being very busy and diligent in his work, and I appreciate him for taking his time out just to help me along the way on the chats. Like he keeps it moving for me, and I appreciate his ethic, his work ethic. Again, the heavy hitters, that Maine the Milkman, Larry Beach, Yellow Jesus is not here. My big cat, my other moderator, my big cat. The Browns, okay, those are the two heavy hitters in the building as well. To my shout out to my new subscribers that came through. One came early for me being on another platform, so shout out to them. Shout out to the new people who were, just feeling the vibes. Do come back again on Wednesdays. I'm here on weekdays, Wednesdays, 10:30-ish Eastern Standard Time. And I do tarot readings for those that don't know. Now you know. Oh my gosh, my Nassau was in the building too. He's always in the cut somewhere, and then he'll pop up. That's right, Nassau, another heavy hitter. Big Rich. That's another Titan. All right, it's a heavy hitters. I got heavy hitters, and then I got my Titans. So can't mess with them. So I just, if I'm Jen came through. Peace to Jen. I like Jen. She's a cutie pie. Oh, Raz Girl, my beauty queen. Raz Girl, we gotta talk. Hold on a second. Raz Girl, you had the white tee on and it's summertime. Are you talking about summer fun? With all this going on, you were making me like caliente. Willie, I'll drop it in, I don't really like to, plug it. But those who are interested and we're appreciating this content with the ladies, myself, Larry Beach, Lonnie Cabal. This is my Cash App. Shameless plug. I'm so lost with this social media. Blase, blah. But anyway, we've been here. Aw, thank you, Lady Fresh. She said, "Pop your collar." I pop my shoulders. Yeah, and everybody just really who appreciates my content. I appreciate that, but more importantly, I appreciate you guys more than anything, because it's teamwork that makes the dream work. The machine runs because you help the engines keep flowing, and I'm able to stay relevant with you guys for as long as I can. I appreciate that. I've only been 2-3 months since April. I'm Johnny come lately, but I'm very honored and I'm very privileged to have the type of people who come in and on a weekly basis, where it's almost like family. We are on a weekly basis that come through on Wednesdays, and when I'm on an off day, y'all still come through and show love. A-Boy, I gotta give him a salute because he's a frequent flyer on Foxy Moon. Murph is a new Murph. I think Murph has been here for a couple of weeks or whatever, but salute to you. I appreciate that. Brother Lonnie Cabal, for your perspective. We're right here, brother Lonnie Cabal. But anyway, I'm gonna stretch it out to 2 minutes because why don't we just make it till midnight, right? 2 minutes in Eastern Standard Time. So that's it. I don't want to forget anybody. And if I did, it's not on purpose. I'm trying to rack my brain, but I appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, we're gonna do this Wednesday. We're gonna do our general readings, and if anybody's interested in doing a personal reading, I know I got to get back to Lotus, but we got caught up in the mix today, so most likely we'll do something tomorrow. Ooh, lady says this is my first time over here. I never. Really? Not even a live like readings, Lady Fresh? Very nice. And to get on the panel? I'm honored. Ooh, Lady Fresh. Next is gonna be Raz Girl. Raz Girl to kind of come in here and pop a collar. So salute. And I guess I've got, I don't want to forget anybody. Okay, so lady said no. Wow. The stars are aligned. God was in the building and brought us together. Very nice. All right, guys. So let's go to sleep now because it's late. Unless you're on the bushes in the West Coast somewhere. All right. Salute to you guys. Salute. Blessings and praise and respect. And I'll catch you guys on the flip side. Peace.